So that's where I learned about technology, hackathons, etc., etc. And I was always curious ki how has that organization become so big globally? Like they have definitely revolutionized the way how technology is consumed and used as well. So they do a ritual every single time they have something like this. So I thought, why not we implement that here as well, so that this also becomes very memorable for all of us. So it's a very simple and a sacred ritual of sorts. So I want you to pay attention on this. So let's do it. Are we doing it, yes or no? Yes. So please take your right hands up, everyone. It's very, very serious, so I want you to take it seriously. Now, I want you to place the hand on the lap of the person sitting next to you. Next to you, next to you. Yes? Like you should be able to completely place your hand there. Yes? Now I want you to gently squeeze it and whisper in the ears that we'll have a great time tonight. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my name is Fayaz, and you have no other choice but to love, hate, or tolerate me for the rest of the evening. But I'll make sure that it becomes informative and entertaining at the same time. So once again, give a big round of applause for yourselves. You're here witnessing the first ever MOHACK23. So since I'm from radio, my name also suggests that. So I thought, why not we make something musical for this evening, so that it eventually becomes like our jingle. So once again, I would like to request everyone to please take your right hands up. Don't worry, it's not going on anybody's lap this time. And do this with me. Very good, very good. Is this reminding you of Kuch Kuch Hota Hai by any chance? All right. So now we'll create a jingle. Keep doing it, keep doing it, keep doing it. Nobody stops. Take it? So now follow my lead, follow my instructions, and just let's go with the flow. 1, 2, 3, 4. When I say more, you say back. More. More. When I say more, you say back. More. More. When I say more back, you clap once. More back. More back. When I say more back, you clap once. More back. More back. When I say more hack, you clap twice. We focus more on AR and VR technologies, and hackathons historically have been very, very integral for an organization's growth, any organization. So giving you some of the biggest examples, the products, the services, the ideas that come out of hackathons definitely eventually become a feature of some of the biggest organizations as well. For example, we all use Facebook. We all probably don't use it that much, but then we are aware about Facebook, right? So Facebook has introduced so many features over a period of time. One of the key features of Facebook is the Facebook Live and the Facebook's feature of letting you log in with the mobile number. But do you know that this thing was because of a hackathon that Facebook did, and because of one of the features given by one of the employees there, this eventually became a product feature. So the contributions that even you will be giving here tonight might end up becoming something very, very important. So give a big round of applause for yourselves, because I know you've been working very hard on this. I think this started from the second week of March when the entire idea was introduced to you, and you took some more time to form your team, build your teams, and eventually by second week of April, the execution started. So today, we are here, we are going to be presenting this thing, right? So as you all are aware about this, every team has at least one member who is the ideator. Every team minimum has 2 members and maximum of 6 members. So tonight, you'll be presenting one by one the topics that you have worked on. So now, without any further delay, let's jump into it. I want to quickly check the energy levels of all the team members who are here with us. So let me check if all the teams are present here, and if at all they are also very much ready with their ideas and with their presentations. So, team Automotor for Locks, are you guys here? Ready, yes or no? Okay, little bit energy, guys, come on, yes or no? Okay, what about team Byte? Okay, one-man army. Team Caregivers. Yes. Very nice. Team Code Space. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Team Digital Disruptors. Team eBuddy. Yo. Yo, Team Fin Ed. Very good, very good. Backbenchers. Team Green Lalton. Very nice. Team Hara Hara. Is that the team name? Har Har. Oh, okay. Team Moback Mavericks. बहुत अच्छा नाम अपने जो ब्रांड का इंटीग्रेट किया. The HRs will like it. Team Moback Squad. Very good. Team Street Hackers. काफी enthusiasm. Team Team the Debug Squad. Very good. And the team Viz Coders. Sir, आप दो टीम में खेल रहे हैं क्या? अच्छा अच्छा. The last and not the least, team Windscreen Vipers or slash Ice Screen. Very good. There's a slash in the middle of your name, sir. Any reason for that? Okay. Okay. Cool. I understood, sir. Technically, मैं बहुत अच्छा हूँ. Actually, I'm a BCom graduate, but I completed my BCom in 4 years, which means that I'm no less than an engineer. So I'll probably understand a lot of things that will be discussed here tonight. So now, without any further delay, let's just jump into it. And let me now welcome our judges of the evening. Let's give a big round of applause for our judges, everyone. The applause should be louder because the judges are eventually going to judge you. So once again, give a big round of applause for your judges. Lovely. Okay. So our first judge of the evening is Mr. Venkat Rachur, sir. He's head of India RD from BOMI team, I think. So let me tell you a little bit about him. Venkat is an industry veteran. He has worked with both multinational companies as well as startups in USA as well as India. He was with Oracle for close to 2 decades in various leadership roles. Venkat is also founder of a startup called Cial4 and has built Swim India, India's first and only platform for swimming community. Cial4, if I'm pronouncing it right, has partnered with key stakeholders in the India swimming ecosystem like Swimming Federation of India, Karnataka Swimming Association, and has been supported by leading sports brands like Speedo, Glenmark Aquatics Foundation, Dolphin Aquatics, etc. Currently, Mr. Venkat is heading the engineering R&D for BOMI. We welcome him at the MOHACK23. Let's give a big round of applause for him. We are glad you're here, sir. Next up is Mr. Siva Devi Reddy. He's the founder of GoCoop.com. So Mr. Shiva is the founder and CEO of GoCoop. As I told you, GoCoop is the first global marketplace for weavers and artisans in India. As social entrepreneur, Mr. Siva strongly believes technology can drive social change and is also passionate about innovations. And that definitely received social and economic development at both bottom of the pyramid. Now, Mr. Siva has received Government of India's first National Award for Handloom Marketing for e-commerce in the year 2016. Let's give a big round of applause on that. And he also was part of the World Economic Forum Roundtable at Textiles India and United Nations ISCAP Roundtable, if I'm pronouncing that as well right, on e-commerce for sustainable development in Bangkok. Interesting. He was also recognized as Champion of Change by Honorable Prime Minister of India and Niti Aayog in 2017. Let's give a big round of applause for Mr. Siva Devi Reddy. And also, Mr. Siva started his career in the tech industry, working at multinational companies like Accenture in the USA. We welcome him at the MOHACK23. Once again, let's give an energetic and a warm welcome to him. Yes. Judges की introduction में थालियों की कमी नहीं होनी चाहिए. All right, now, next judge is Mr. Balachandan Sanghaiya. He's the Director, Product Development at Corn Ferry. So, talking about him, we call him Bala. Mr. Bala is currently the Director of Product Engineering at Corn Ferry, where he heads the product and engineering teams focused on cloud development and AI ML. Bala has worked with both big corporations and startups, having founded his own startup as well. Technology being his passion, he has excelled in the area of ideation to product, go-to-market, and product market fit, etc. Product market fit, etc. So we welcome him as well at the MOHACK23. Let's give a big round of applause for Mr. Bala. And last but not the least, we have Mr. Daniel Gopinath. He's the Program Product Manager, Open Innovations and Startup Programs. And I don't know how to pronounce that, sir, so I'll probably avoid that. So yes, so Mr. Daniel, as I told you, has vast array of experience in the corporate innovations model and has worked in leading innovations and companies including CGI, Adobe, Loews Innovation Labs, and Ernst & Young for their product innovations and consulting wings. He's currently associated with the Societe Generate GSE, if I'm pronouncing that as well right, and responsible for handling program in Open Innovation Catalyst, a flagship corporate growth accelerator program with startups and ISC, an internal startup cell program to create startups from employees. He also acts as a weekend entrepreneur on a gig platform and explores startup ideas as a habit and interacts with like-minded startups and enthusiasts. It's our pleasure to have you here, sir. Mr. Daniel, let's give a big round of applause for him as well. So now, what I've understood about okay, the captains have already stood up, the team members are already up. It is the automator for locks. Let's give a big round of applause.
And me, senior software developer at Moback, and
Avinash here.
and me, Aloka. So, so we are here to present. Okay. So we are here to present a smart locking system. You are here to present a smart locking system named as MLOck, and it is powered by Raspberry Pi. So, so here we have few features like different types of unlocking and locking mechanisms. So let's explore the technical benefits and details of it. Yes, next slide. So the current locking device that we have in the market, right? So the main thing is like we have a few drawbacks of the locking device that we have. Is the first thing is the installation. So as you know that the current locking device that we have is like the installation is the big issue. So you have to buy the device, you have to uninstall the already existing device and put this device back. And again, the portability is that a big issue, right? You cannot, as the installation is a big task. Again, removing and putting it back is at different places is a big task. Again, this cost comes at the high cost. Like as you can see, it is coming around 13,000 rupees. It's coming around 13,000 rupees, and I have seen it goes till 27,000 rupees. So, and the third thing is modularity. Like, if you buy the device, right? So once you buy it, this comes. Once you buy it, you cannot add or remove any modules in it, right? So our device. So we sort this problem, like our device sorts this problem out. So we give an easy installation, right? It can be mounted on top of the existing module, existing lock. And since it is easy to install, the portability is also very easy task. Apart from that, we have like reduced the cost drastically till 4 to 5,000 rupees. And since it is powered by Raspberry Pi, so it is coming around 5,000. But if we use Arduino, then it will come down below like around 3K. And unlocking feature, like we have different modules. We can add and remove different modules like face unlocking, biometric pins. You can unlock from pin, and other features are there. So the cost, we have brought it down by using Raspberry Pi, which comes around 2,500 rupees. And the other things, right? The blue screen and the keypad and all, it comes around 1,000 rupees. So it comes around 4K, which is drastically less. And it runs on the Python OS, and it runs on the Linux, and the operating system is Linux, and the OS programming language is Python. We have used it.
On the key feature, we have multiple authentication systems. Obviously, we can go with the normal approach of using a biometric. On top of it, keyboard and even voice recognition, and also face recognition. On the camera, it's not, we have taken accuracy, and it's not like it will be opened by the normal photo or anything of same person. And authentication wise, we have a record of who has logged in and who has not. Okay, so this device can be used in so many places. It can be used in any locks, obviously, that is available, either on a new one or even in older ones. Okay, benefit included, we don't need to obviously carry a physical key. Obviously, we will install it, and it do not need to be installed in the main system. It can be even inside the house. Okay, so easy installation is obviously very helpful for the user. We don't need to have any technical person come in our house to install that device. Okay, and it's a module based. So the basic functionality is with the sensors and the keypad. And on top of it, you can go with all the features of camera recognition. And with the PR sensor, we will be able to enable, if just somebody stand in front of the door, we will be able to feed the video to the person on their devices, mobile devices, so that they can like see, and even they can operate it from there also. So don't need to have the person physically on the place. Yeah. On these are the scalability. We have face recognition already in place. RFID and NFC we can include. Obviously, we have a cloud storage so that we can, at the go, we can add users, remove users, and all those things can be added. Yeah. Video you can show. So here is, we are using the same device with the fingerprint and keypad. So we are signing with the password. Device is closed.
test the device, yeah. It's here. So we just need to, actually we need, there are some features like first mounting it on the top of there. We need a smart engineer who can placing it on the top of the lock, because we can directly place this on top of the lock and it will have the physical device. So that is the main thing we need, and obviously making it little look better look and all, and modules and all we can add and remove it. Like we have to give a feature where we can easily add and remove the modules on the key on the I mean the circuit, the Raspberry Pi.
Yeah, the main reason we are using like different hardwares, right? When we assemble it, for now it is costing us around 4K. So if we are launching it in the market, obviously it will be less than that, because right now let's say if we order something, we will be buying in as individual pieces. But when we bulk buy it, the price will go little down compared to what we are right now providing. So it will not go up.
Obviously the modules, right, we can remove and add the modules. So you can buy the basic features and later on you can add the modules whatever you want. Like
It's a plug and play.
plug in. Device comes with the internet support, right? We can directly manage through the cloud. Everything, as mentioned, is like giving the cloud.
So the whole management will be controlled by the cloud itself. If somebody has to go physically there, that also will be like we have to keep one person that will manage this part of the thing. But as of right now, the app side, even the locking operation and operation sides will be controlled by cloud only.
Yes, thank you so much, Team Automator, for locks. Your device definitely looks very interesting. And it also reminds me of my engineering mavericks that I've done at my home. So whenever the TV used to not work properly, so the simple thing that I used to do is that I used to switch it off and switch it on. It used to magically start working, and everyone in my family used to think, "Yare, bacha bada hoke engineer banega." But then I disappointed them greatly in life. But yes, moving on. I would like to give one piece of advice to my fellow team members who are coming up next, that please try to be a little bit more audible, because a lot of people are sitting at the back as well who might not be able to hear you, first thing. Second thing, when you're saying something, if there are multiple members, try and speak only on the mic, because first of all, you're recording it. Itna kharcha ho raha hai, right? It should make sense. Second thing is that it should be audible for everyone. And when the judges are asking questions, again, this is for everyone. I would request you to give the mic to the judges, let them speak it on the mic, the question, they can ask it on the mic itself, so that even our audience knows what is the question, and then eventually what is the answer. So I hope we are all set now. Yes, yes or no, teams? Okay, so the next team is the team Byte Tribes. Yes, let's welcome them. So yes, try to hold the mic closer to your mouth and try to speak loudly. All the best. because of some technical challenges, the second team will take a little bit more time to come. But that doesn't mean that we'll not have a presentation now. We have the third team that will be coming up now. The team's name is Team Caregivers. So let's give a big round of applause for Team Caregivers. You can set up your thing, sir. And by the time the teams are setting their systems, let me tell you all that what are the criterias on which they are going to be judged. So there are multiple criterias which they will be basically, the judges will be having a look at while they are giving points to the teams, and also eventually even you will be giving these points. So it's on innovation, it's on the impact of the product. So basically the idea is whether this particular product or service can it address a real world problem or not, and the positive impact that it might have on us, on all of us, the users, right? The second thing is the execution. So here we'll probably have a look at how well executable the product and service can be. And बाकी की बातें मैं आपको बाद में बताऊंगा. Now let's start with this team, which is the team names Caregivers. All the best, team.
Yeah, good evening everyone, good evening judges. So we are Team Caregivers, and here we come with a beautiful app called Health Minders by Caregivers. Here is Ibrahim, it's me Akash here, and Sandeep. So let's start. So we have a problem statement here. As we can see, we have 5 points. First is delay in taking the prescribed medicine can be adverse impact. Like we have a lot of prescribed medication which we can miss sometimes, and especially for elder patients like 50 to 70 years, they can use how to because of their long medication list, they can miss some of the medication which they have and they cannot take at that moment, and that can prolong the recovery. And like third point is here is long interval medicine. Like some medicines like vitamins and all, we don't take regularly, we have interval time. So we may forget the exact interval date and all. Then next is wrong medication at the wrong time. So that can impact also, like if we take the wrong medication, like morning medication I took at the night, so it will not have the proper effect on our health and it can deteriorate our health. And last is like we have lot of medical history. To store the medication prescription, we need a like place where it is very handy and we can use it for further reference. So for these problems, we came up with a big solution, and this solution is a beautiful app, which is a Health Minder app, which will take your input of your prescribed medications, which will take the number of days which we want to have the medication at what time, and it will remind you by sending a notification on that app, which can intimate you to take that medication. And further, in that app we designed like we can hold patient details, like basic details, and it's a very personalized app, like based on how you want to use the app, you can have the details. Also, we have an place where we can store the insurance details, like whenever we go to a hospital, we need to give our insurance ID and all. So it is a very handy app to give that details. And also, as I mentioned, long list of prescriptions and reports we can also save, and we can have it handy in that app. Now I'll go next to features of the app. So we have the patients, we can have the insurance detail and reports in the app, and the app will send you notification on the basis of the requirement. So this is our patient screen, which will save the name, email, mobile, and address, and prescription. So this is actually the important screen here, where manually we need to fill the medicine name and number of days. As you can see, what time of dose we need to have, and we can submit that. Also, next is the insurance part I was talking about, just to keep it handy in the app. It's a very easy to have. And based on the doses, it will send you the notification like this, if you can see on the top. And just this one is all the flow of the app. we have a login page here. That is we just need a username password. It's a very simple app. And home page, actually now this is a fresh app. We have not yet added any medication. We are going to add with that plus icon. We add medication name, number of days, and what time of doses we want. If we submit, then in our home page, we will see the list of all the medicine we need to take. And based on the doses per day, it will send you the notification. Next, we can go. Yeah. And this is the notification which will be pop up on our application. This is the insurance detail. So this is just the basic idea around the app. We can scale our app further as per requirement. We can also add the insurance details of our family members. For now, we have added only ours. We can add our family members' insurance details. Also, we can add doctors which we are consulting as of now, and maybe we can keep this handy in the app with contact details. Like, this is basically a very personalized app, so it's based upon our choice. We can add the doctors. Also, in further developments, we are going to take the scanned images of the computerized prescription, and from that one we will try to read the medication, and it will autofill all the medications in the app based on the doses. And sharing and downloading the reports, we will also try to store the reports, and for later future reference we can download it from the app only. We will also try to like scale it to have the stock availability in the app, where it will also push notifications to you based on the stock available. Like if you are reaching to the end of your stock, maybe 2-3 days before, it will try to remind you to replenish the stock. And also we can put the doctor appointments so that it will remind you for the follow-up. Technology, we used Android Studio, Java, and Firebase. And we'll quickly take you through the demo of the app, the real-time application. So here the user is trying to log in, but it's not a valid user. Maybe first time we are trying to log in. We'll try to register the user. Now we are in the app. The user is trying to add his medication. This is the notification which is received by the user through the app. Insurance details we captured on the app, profile of the user, and the logout. Now Ibrahim.
So finally, actually this app is why we designed. Recently I have faced some issues with my mother-in-law. She lost her prescription, that means the reports, and when after 1 year again she got same disease. She went to hospital, and she don't have that reports. She lost those reports. So for the doctors again they kept her on emergency, that in ICU for 5 days to take again reports for all those things. So what they suggest, like if they have that previous reports, they can immediately start that medication. But to observe the patient conditions, they took again 5 days. We wasted for that one. Now after starting the medication, 10 days it took to recover for her. So that's what we came up this idea where if we can store our prescriptions, reports, as well as reminder about our medicines. Even I'm taking some medicines, I use it to skip because of work and all. So it will remind me in the app. I can easily take this one. This is what our idea. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Interesting idea. Few questions. One is data feed. Usually, it's like now most of the prescriptions we all go to only clinics, right? Only if it is major ill, we go to the multi-specialty hospital, etc. So how the data feed will happen?
We're talking about the medicine prescription details. Yeah, right now we are manually adding those things, like whatever doctor is suggesting in the prescription, we are manually adding. But we are come up with one idea, like we can scan those things. Because if it is a printed prescription, we can easily scan and add it by default. But if it is some doctors will prescribe handwritten, those things we need to add some AI algorithm to capture all those things. That is a little bit difficult part, but we come up with scanning mechanism. That is also one of our scalability in our application. And also, yeah, we can add all the medicine, whatever medicines are there, right? Those we can add it in one separate screen for that one, where we can choose that one instead of typing those things.
Two more questions. One is around integration with hospitals. Considering, like, for example, if I imagine my family, all my family members can use this app, right? But for my children, I will go to pediatrician, and for elder and, as you mentioned, mother-in-law, etc., we might go to multiple hospitals. So how it will integrate? You're saying it's like manually we feed in, not with the hospital integration. Okay, if that is the answer, I agree. But probably a lot of many other apps comes with hospital integrations as well. So how your competition is going to be there? That's my questions. Second, medicine stocks you mentioned, right? So how the medicine stock, again, manually you need to update.
Once you add the medicines, right? So from that date onwards, it will count as for the application. But actually, we are going to set up like the date from where, so suppose you are going to take that medication from tomorrow till 10 days. Those dates we will calculate. Before 10 days, right? Every day the count will decrease. Our app will automatically will decrease every day. Once 2 days before that one, we will send a notification like only 2 days you have medicine for 2 days. You can go and fetch it, or you can close that one. Like some medicines are there like only for to take for a few days. So those things we need to again disable those things. So active and passive, those kind of prescriptions are there. Those we need to handle.
Yeah, a very interesting idea. So how would you commercialize this app? What is your revenue model? I mean, obviously we have to make money, right? So health is wealth. That is the way to commercialize. Okay.
With our management, we will give it as a free as of now. But but it is a really commercial because we need to store reports, right? It is a very challenging part. So holding all the reports for longer time, the database and all things, it will cost effective. So those things really we need to think about it. As of now, this is a basic approach. Once it is approved, we will go with all those things.
Especially not just the storage cost, right? So you'll have a lot of compliance around this. So health records, right? So this is highly regulated subject. So you'll have to invest a lot in compliance in how you store this data, how you manage this data. So there are very well defined standards across the world around health compliance, health data compliance. So you have to think about compliance as well.
Thank you for your suggestion, but yeah, really we need to go in depth on those things. So, yeah. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, team caregivers. I think they took the name way too seriously. They're focusing on only caregiving, not revenue making. I'm just kidding. But yeah, I low-key got the Shark Tank wala feel after I heard this banter between the judges and the presenters. So I think it's going to be very interesting. We all are going to learn a lot. Can I now please call up on stage team Byte Tribes? You can please get ready with your presentations. Meanwhile, I think the previous presentation was a very good innovation. I think especially for elders, for our parents, and especially if at all they have not made their will till now. I think it's very much important that we have something like this in place. I'm just kidding. So I think yeah, our teams are very much ready. And as I was telling you, that there are various criterias on which you are going to get judged. As I told you in the previous time that I came in, that execution, collaboration as well, that how well are you collaborating with your team members, how are you utilizing each and every team member who's present here with you, and the presentation part, like how well do you have the clarity about the product or service that you're building, your effectiveness of the presentation as well as the demonstration, the features, the benefits, etc. And scalability, as we all have definitely become very well versed with this term now thanks to Shark Tank, that how scalable is your product or service. So I think all the teams will be mindful of this aspect. And now without any further delay, let's welcome our team, which is the team by Tribes. All the best.
Hi everyone. So today we by Tribes are trying to solve 3 problems here. The first one is these days like all small and medium scale companies wants to launch their products into the market quickly. So the struggle here is to find the resources with the required skill set, because hiring the resources costs more to the company and as well as it's time consuming. Also there are chances for the hired resources to not to join the company once they are hired, that we know. So in such situations, the companies are left with only one option, not only one option, they are left with the option to depend on freelancing sites. The problem here with the freelancing sites is sometimes they can end up with a half-baked product, or maybe a product which is not up to the mark or not satisfied quality. So in that case, the companies are again have to start with right from zero, and that again costs a lot, as well as money, as well as time for the company. So that is the first problem we are trying to solve.
Coming back to the second problem, it is with the businesses, the companies. You already know that companies like service-based companies, they already have something called pool, where they keep few people with the separately, and that they are like that time till they are in pool, they are like kind of useless. They are not working, and they don't like it to be on the pool. Their skill set are being wasted. So what happens that we have come up with an idea that why not we create a place where a company can come with their resources and put up their resources with the whatever the skill set they have. Now anyone who is interested in getting some work done with the same skill set required, they can come up and put their request. Now what happens? The small scale companies, they cannot give you the half-baked product as we face in when we go for the freelancers. So they still have a reputation at the stake. So we will be making sure that the companies like that comes up and they put their resources. So it will be win-win situation for both the companies, the service-based companies where they have the pools, as well as the small and medium-scale industry or businesses who want some resources and get things done quickly. So in our website, they can come and they can do those things. Apart from that, there are third problem we face is when a person, if you want to hire a resource, I mean not a hiring, but it's a kind of a temp hiring, right? When we say it's a freelancing work. So company don't want to give all the access to their maybe Jira or TFS or wherever they do the plannings, because they might reveal all the other details to the particular person or resource. So we have come up something also with a planning tool integrated in our website. So what happens? It's a full development process integration from where you can come up with a requirement, you will get the resource, then you can do the planning our tool, and finally we can get you the product delivered whatever you want, so that you can go in the market quicker. So yeah. So our application name is Rent a Resource. So with this solution, you get a resource with a required skill set. You can rent a resource for the specific number of hours, months, or whatever duration you want. Now the resources skill set, you can easily find and get the work done, and you can do all the estimations and whatever the time is required in our inbuilt planning tool. So as I said, this impact, what are the impacts of this solution? So resources from the companies are engaged, so they are happy that they have some work to do. The companies can earn profit even when the resources are in pool, and the business can find resources with skill set, whatever they want, faster and quicker. We will be also like providing the trustworthy and hassle-free experience for our application, and everything is integrated from hiring to delivery. Thank you. So I'll pass it to Rakesh. He will show the demo.
Hi everyone. So this is the application we are trying to build here, and this is the home page where we can see the how many requirements we created and how many resources we need. And here, well, coming to the demo, just a minute. Okay. So this is the home. So this is the overview of our application, where we can see the number of requirements he need, and what are the number of resources we need here. And in the home page itself, we are showing the recent requirements, what we need, and coming to the requirements. Yeah. So we can view all the requirements which we created, and while creating any requirements, we included some fields called, like we can add a company name, number of resources required, and the durations of the employee is available, and the skills required. This is for the requirement side. Okay, so and these are the recommendations we can show for how many what are the resources available for this requirement. Okay, and coming to the resources, similar to the requirements, we show the recommendations to the resources available, where they can find the requirement, and they can select here. They can choose one of the recommendations, and they can like in future we are trying to integrate with take an interview, or they can filter. We are planning to integrate the filtration process too. Okay, and coming to the planning tool, so this is a Scrum Poker type of tool, like where we can do the Scrum Poker, and we can give the estimations for any user story, and we can play the Scrum Poker, and we can see number of persons of estimations, and in the summary we can show what are the descriptions, and here itself we can create a Jira ticket itself, and we can create a Jira board where we can track all the efforts from the resources.
So this is one of the one tool where we can actually do the whole planning poker to planning of the whole application, whatever we are working on. So this is right now like a static page. We have already created the page. We have to just merge or integrate it into this. Basically everything whatever we have built is on no code. So basically we like the cost to make it live is pretty much low, and maintenance is also low. And if I come with some statistics, like suppose if a company with 100 people, out of that if we say that 10% are in pool, so if they provide those to the various different companies as a resource, for like if we say for 20% of a year, that comes around $73,000 in revenue. So it's obviously like if it comes to around 60 lakhs per year of revenue from this renting a resource. So this is one of the benefits. Apart from that, if we can show, we have like so this is kind of a poker tool we have created. So what happens? One of the problem is that I mentioned that we don't want to show the Jira tool to anyone so that they don't find out what are the things we are doing. So we have an option where a person who is coming here as a head or main head or scrum master, you can say, to the tool, and they can write directly whatever they need here, and they can put the stories like a story at the website. Similarly, a person who is like a resource can come again to this tool. He can just write his name. I can say Rakesh. So you see the second person has also joined here in this one and this one. So the person can, the Scrum Master can put a story like this is story, and once he submits it, everyone sees what is the story, and so person can also come and give his whatever the story points he thinks that it is required. So it shows that there's a tick mark that this person is given a whatever the story point it is. And once everyone is done with this, we can see what is the estimation we are providing. So this is kind of a live tool. Anyone can join, like 10 people, 20 people, whatever it is required, and we can get things done from here. So yeah, questions? Anyone?
Is it an internal tool that you are proposing for any company, or is it a marketplace where?
No, it's a marketplace basically. So we are trying to create a marketplace where company can come in and put their resources. Business can come in and ask for resources that way. Yeah.
Yeah. How is it different from what is already there today in the market, and why would companies come to your tool?
So there are two things. First of all, from first question, right now there's no application where a company can come and they can come and put their resources like that. There are freelancing tools, freelancers, where they put their applications, like they put their profile and show that this is the skill set I have and all those things. But those are not that much of credible as compared to medium scale or small scale companies who are providing the service-based companies who are providing the resources, as well as we will be making sure that companies who comes to our platform, they are credible enough to provide the solutions. That was the first question. Coming to the second question again, people will the companies might want to come at those websites where they can get a credible resources, as well as our application is fully integrated for the development from scratch, from the requirement to the delivery. We have the application. They can put all the requirements. We want to integrate also for the hiring part as well. And then third, coming to the planning and development, we have everything here. So everything is at our website. The companies don't need to share any of their part. It's like very it works on the silos, so that we don't share any confidential data to any other company.
Organization generally maintains a resource pool based on their future opportunities. If they don't see, they will release the resources. Is your targeted audience is right? That's the first question. The second question, if I say that I have A, B, C are available in my organization, how do you're saying that that is credible, right? How do you validate the credibility?
So coming with the first of the question, our target audience, there are two parts. One is who is looking for some solution, and another one who is providing it. So the one who is looking for the solution, it is the target audience is medium and small scale, because bigger companies usually prefer to have their own resources and all, while smaller companies, they don't want to hire the resource because they might not need it. They might need some resource on time to time or skill to skill basis, and they would like to release them. So for them it is very helpful. And for the second question, yeah, credibility, for that we will be making sure that the companies who are registering for the resources, we have a we can first of all, we would like to make sure that it's a medium scale industry. It's there for 4-5 years. Apart from that, we will also be having a rating system where they can, whenever application, like anyone who gets the work done, they can rate them, and based on the ratings, if this is not going good, we will remove them. So it will make sure that it's always good companies, credible companies that comes in for with their resources.
So you've used mostly no-code tools, right? What is the effort which has gone into this? Like roughly how many man days have you guys spent on building this?
So honestly speaking, we might have worked for 2-3 hours.
That's what I thought.
So on the first part, I mean for the other part, for this one, for this planning and these tools, it took some more time, because that's where we actually did some code, and we will then integrate with the platform. So it's a mix and match. It's not very easy, but not too tough. It's kind of like it's a very easy to handle this.
Yeah, I mean, even if you, if using no-code tools, you could have built a pretty comprehensive functionality fairly easily. I mean, like in a couple of days, I think with a team of 4, you could have built pretty much a good app. 5 of them. Okay, that's a big team actually.
So do you? I see that this is the dashboard for somebody who is managing this RR, right? So where is the screen where the companies can come and register? Did you show that? Or maybe. Yeah. That is. So how does a company come and register?
Yeah. So we have this is the application.
You have not done. No. What does the company see when they come to register?
This is the page, because it's not.
They have not registered.
Once they register, then they can add. So we have not done that authorization part for now.
Not the authorization. If I am a company, so what is the first step I do with your application?
Once you come up, we will be just showing this.
No. What is the first step?
So you have to register.
Where is that?
Yeah, that registration page is not there yet.
No. Then how would you validate the company if you don't allow me to register?
That part, the registration part, we have not done. We have just made like what are the things we can do, and what are the things we can achieve on this application we have.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a.
No, I understood.
Yeah. Oh no. You mean tools to deliver the work, like IDE you are expecting? No, we haven't thought about having the IDE integrated, but that could be also a possibility, because there are many third-party extensions which we can include to make a simple IDE for the delivery. Usually, yeah. Yeah, I not Jira and all, but we will be having that Jira thing here. Only thing that you have to provide is the GitHub access, or if not, like many companies, what they do is for the freelancers, they provide only the specific file where they want to get the things changed. So even like in my previous one of the previous company, they used to hire freelancers. We used to provide only some part of the project, and they used to just change those things and provide us those functionality back. So that's way it is more safer to, you can say. Yeah. Yeah. Any more questions? Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, team Byte Tribes. And now can I please request team Code Space to join in? And yes, we can welcome them, all of us. Just a request and an advice to the teams, please stick to your timelines. We have almost like 15 teams who have to come and present, so it'll be great if we can stick to our timelines, which is of 10 minutes. And yes, all the best.
Thank you for this. Am I audible enough? Yeah, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, judges. Pleasure to have you all here. Myself, Priyanka from CodeSpace, and along with me, I have Shrikant, Adarsh, and Shubham. Yeah, so guys, we have come up with the idea, Heal Me in the health sector. So can you move to next slide? So we made an app which is completely AI generated. So why we need, first of all, health app. You must have seen many health apps in the market, which is mostly concentrated only on your nutrition and diet based and your wellness. But many of us do not usually use it more frequently, like we are not storing our data, we are not storing any reports. So there is a lack of, managing a large number of data. Then second challenge we have is the medical assistant. So always you must have seen, we do not get, specialized doctors when we require, because they are busy or they're out of station, or the person is not reachable to them for certain reasons. Third challenge is misdiagnosis. So a lot of people, lose their life because of they're not getting the proper treatment on time. And global accessibility to medical care. If we have the app, we can directly interact with the doctors. We can directly send the report on time. Also get the medical help whenever we require. And obviously it is cost friendly, because you don't need to spend much time, on the doctor's appointment, meeting them physically and investing a lot of time. So, next slide. When we look into the market side, you can see there is a constant growth in the market from 2019. So most of the people already started doing online consultation from the doctors, and you can see the population increasing, and this is the predicted chart, what we can see in the 2025. So what we are giving here, we are giving a complete AI solution. So we are giving more global and accurate based on your past history. AI will generate the pattern on your current health, and it will have the access to billions of data of the patients. Also, it will suggest you the tools what a doctor needs. They can also have their academics records. They can also suggest, they can interact with other doctors and find the best medical tools to support any critical diseases. Can you move to next? So we have developed an app which has the key features called AI-based health assistance, easy tracking of patient records. So everything is electronic. So we are maintaining electronic health records. And we have given AI-based chat. So whenever you have any queries, you can always put your questions there. You will get the AI-based solutions to your queries. So we have given the healthy chat for that. And you can store your data. It's not only we are storing, if you are connecting with the hospitals, they are also storing your reports to your app only, so that you can directly interact without going physically to the hospital. And frequently you will get notification reminders for your appointments and pharmacy. Other features like video call, insurance policy guidelines, and nearby hospital they can suggest based on your current location. Also you can access to other places. You can also refer your family members nearby hospital, or refer doctors. So here also in the app you can see who are the reputed doctors, who are the best surgeon available for the particular disease if you are looking for. And we have the healthy community. Can you move it back? Sorry. So we have also given a community basis chat where you can post your queries, you can get the suggestions from healthy community, whoever is using this app. Suppose if a cancer patient is looking for a particular doctor and they need a feedback from a hospital or doctors, you can always chit chat with them. They will post the answers. Emergency appointments, everything you will get inbuilt. Move to next. So what we are targeting here, we are targeting insurance company, physician, doctors, we are targeting hospital, we are targeting patients, and we are targeting pharmacy. So overall thing we are trying to generate the revenue from all of these companies, all of these 5 sectors. So if you come to business target, how we'll generate the revenue? We'll connect to insurance company and we'll get the commission to use the app. Second, we'll connect to doctors, we'll have the survey. It can be paid, it can be just free also. And connect to autofill medicines, and there would be some paid events also within the app we are sponsoring. So without wasting time, I would like to go and give the demo of the app. Yes, please. So while it's loading, yeah. So this is the dashboard for the user, whoever is using it. We are giving, appointments, insurance data, report data, emergency call, hospital list, pharmacy. Also, if I click on profile, you can see profile 1, profile 2, profile 3. It's not only for you. You can also add your family members in that. So when I click on profile 2, suppose I have attached some reports. I want the relevant information for my father. It will automatically update the details in my screen. We have provision of uploading my prescription. I can upload any prescription here. So So based on my previous or past prescription, AI will automatically generate what next step I have to follow, what doctors I have to. So there would be some reminder for that. You can see in your calendar. So you can see the events are generated. You can see the notification will come. Okay. So go back. You can take the survey. This is a very generic survey. You can fill in when you logs in or anytime when whenever you are using this app. So in the dashboard, you can play around with the insurance. So it will give you the details, how much balance is available in your insurance, what is the expiry date, and in case if you have not taken any insurance already, you can always, AI will suggest you new insurance policies which covers your medicines, illness. Then very importantly, you can see this chatbot. We call it healthy chat. So if I say hi, then I say suffering from cold. Sorry, not fetching correct answer, but yeah, now you can see the relevant answer. If I say chest pain, so based on this, you can see all the details what we have here. Also, if you click on this profile icon, you will get the reminders for your medicine. If you have the appointments due, it will follow up automatically. So, yeah. Yeah, this is about the app. Any questions regarding that?
So I have two questions. One, to go back to the presentations, you have the target audience, right? Can you explain the value proposition for each, why they need to come to your app and pay, like as an user or insurance or a doctor? Second question, what is the tech stack behind your AI chatbot? Like, what is the intelligence and maturity level of it?
This is the business model we have it actually. First, if you want to connect to the connecting with the insurance companies actually, okay. So we have the insurance data of the profile who logged in actually, okay. For example, if take that, okay, so you went to the hospital which for the contract operation actually, okay. But your insurance, whatever you have currently, it doesn't support. I mean, it doesn't involve in that actually, okay. So what we do is, right, when you upload a bills, we check the data. See, because no, that's what, right? Sorry, I mean to say that we are going to the insurance companies and suggesting that we are going to get customers for you. Okay, so whoever is logged in here, so we are saying that you are not best fit for this policy because you've taken the policy, but still you're spending your money. Okay, so the AI will understand that and give you the best. Okay, with this now you're in HDFC Go. Okay, so I'll suggest you something that where you can save the money. So now I'm suggesting the ICIC where it will cover your illness or sick. I mean to say like, okay, so the contract operation will cover in the ICIC. The second things why doctors. So we are conducting a surveys. So surveys is on the, so if when we conduct the surveys, if a patient is unwell frequently or like they're not using this app, we will send a survey. Okay, so I mean we feel that, okay, if frequently they are unwell, we feel that patient is down. So we send a survey and we ask them to check the survey. If they fill it, AI will understand that answers. Okay, they'll suggest, okay, what is the next action? Okay, you have to think about like you go vacation from here, pressure, you're feeling pressure or what. Otherwise, we will suggest, okay, if still going up behind that, we'll suggest a doctor, okay, where you can consult to the doctor actually. And yeah, that is based on survey and chart actually. and connect to the autofill medicines actually. Nowadays, this is the big problem we see in the industry actually. One that, so whenever your the medicines is going to out actually, out of box, so you have to go and a medical shop and get it actually. So what we are solving here, so we, from the prescription, we take how many medicines you have to use and what is the number of days actually. So we calculate based on that. So whenever you're going to out of the box, we have a targeted pharmacies like where we internally connected network. So we ask them to autofill it, okay? And paid events and seminars actually. So if someone is like conducting a seminar, okay, so I'm conducting a, I'm a doctor, okay, I'm conducting a seminar on the COVID precautions or whatever it is actually. It can be paid or free. So if it is paid versions, we can pay and join in that if it is interested actually. If it is free version, you can join in from the online actually.
Sorry, a follow-up question. So you are saying based on my health condition, you are going to shop around for insurance and share my health data with the insurance companies. Is that allowed? Is it okay?
See, first thing, we are analyzing your health data based on like, see, the bills actually, okay? Yeah.
You're saying that, okay, Venkat has some mental issues, and you are trying to suggest an insurance company, and you're going to the insurance company saying that,
No, no, so,
okay, and you want to,
no, it is like other way around actually, okay? So we are suggesting to the patient, not to the insurance companies. So we are suggesting to the patient where you can save the money from using the other insurance compare with this actually.
So you have to share the data with insurance companies too?
No, it's a,
How can you get a policy without revealing the information?
right.
That's exactly what you said. You said based on your health condition, we'll shop around.
Yeah, suitable policies actually. Yeah, the one thing is like, so we are suggesting, I mean, before we're going to the AI, so I mean, the AI will bring that data actually. So we train our AI, so where the best insurance policies actually. So we see, if you go to the any insurance policy, they have the key points actually. Okay, what they cover it, what is the benefits of it. So we take all the data, we train our models. Okay, so when you feel that when you go to the any hospital actually, so they'll generate a bill. So when you receive the bill here, we will see that why it's not covered in the your insurance policy. So then we go for there is other insurance companies, not for the companies. Our AI model will check that actually, which other insurance companies will cover that actually. So we will suggest inside the app, okay, so next time when you are renewing it actually, so this is the suitable for you actually. So if you're you have insurance, you're still paying a bill, so we are suggesting that, okay, instead of that, you take this, it will benefit for you. It's not related to the insurance companies. We are back-end trying to connect with the insurance company, which is revenue generated actually.
Maybe others need to ask questions. One last thing, you made a statement that due to misdiagnosis, a lot of people die. And that was a big thing in your presentation. Do you have any data for that? No, you had one. That was one of your key selling points. Where is the data? Google said that a lot of people are dying because of misdiagnosis.
Okay, so I mean, misdiagnosis is not only for. Yeah, that is the chatbot actually, okay? So, I mean, see, the misdiagnosis is not only the killing the persons. If, see, you went for, yeah, that is, yeah, yes. No, misdiagnosis, the control of misdiagnosis is something that you went for the knee pain. So the patient went for the knee pain, okay? If doctor is doing the blood test, that is the misdiagnosis only, right? They're going to generate money on that actually. So what we do is, right, we have the healthy chart here actually, where so is it required to do the blood test when you go for the knee pain? So that's what the AI will answer here actually.
The only thing is doctors hate Google patients. This is exactly what you are trying to do. When you say I
I think very well done presentation wise, as well as application seems to be very well thought through. But couple of, I think the question, I think even Daniel asked, what is the tech stack you guys have used, right, to build this out? And second thing is that there are quite a few apps which are very well established, right? So obviously, I mean, this reminds me of MFine, right? Have you guys had, MFine is a Practo, you have, I think, Portia, I think is probably, Portia is another. So I think you have like a dozen apps already in the market. So you're the USP, and you know, and you know that how difficult it is to scale these apps. So I think, what is the thought behind, you know, coming up with this as an idea?
We moved all the apps what you have discussed actually. So the key area is like AA here actually. Okay. So suppose like you have consulted 50 times a doctor. There is a 50 prescriptions actually. So how do you see like example, a patient has skin they got some whiteness in the skin. Okay, over the 10 years back. Okay, they have prescription 10 years old prescription is there, but how do you search it? So this is the AI is helping you extracting the each information from your prescription. So what is the assessment done for that actually? What is the medicines you used for it actually? Which doctor, which hospital it is actually? So if the same issue happened after 10 years, it is just go and search with the keyword, with the doctor or hospital name, whatever it is actually. So from along with the 50 prescriptions actually, we are going to get accurate results from there actually. Our tech stack we used.
It's a Tesseract.
It's a Python AI we used, Android app we used for developing the UI, and we used AI models to generate, we feeded some data to generate chart versions, and prescription reading when we are doing that, getting all the data, how we want to use the medicines actually, and if there is a review date is there actually in the prescription, we automatically collect that data and create an event in the calendar, in in-app calendar and external calendar too actually. So you will send a notification like, see if you want to go for the next visit actually. So we will send, okay, so in the prescription they asked for advised for some blood test actually. We'll send a 7 days before reminder, okay. So before going to the next visit actually, you have to do this test before consulting the doctor actually. So you don't want to take again the lab test or something saved here, you can share directly with the hospital or doctors actually. Yeah, this is that is what it is a this is a based health assistant. Yes, right.
It's not about more real time than the historical data. What's your feature to monitor your real time health?
It's based on both, right? It should be historical and real time actually. So if historical, we take that. See, one thing that, okay, so you consult the same example I'm taking actually. You have consulted 50 times in a different fields of sector. So we from the prescription we take the general data. So every hospital you go, they check BP, the oxygen levels, and weight and height actually. So if we keep monitoring that data, so when your BP is, I mean the realist, I mean.
I'm just giving a sample. It could be because of neural problem. It could be because of my vision is not proper. I am unable to focus. So I get giddiness. It could be a crystals formed in my ears, so I could get giddiness. I'm giving a and I have a backbone. This backbone. If there is an erosion in your backbone, you still get giddiness. There could be 4 different possibilities that can cause a giddiness to somebody. Apart from that, you are not you are hungry. You didn't have your meal. All these are possibility. If we start relying on AI for such recommendations, is it good? Is it safe? Is it a safe space?
See, there is from the AI, there is always different suggestions actually, and at the end, every time you have to consult the doctor actually. Okay, so the possible symptoms we are giving actually. So we are not defining that. Okay, so you take rest, it will decrease. We are not part of it actually. So we always says that it is if it is like, see, you got a fever. Okay, so we suggest like if there is a more than 1 or 3 degrees, you visit a doctor. It's better to visit doctor. If it is continuous more than 3 days, you visit a doctor. That's what the chart says actually. But yeah. It is, yeah, it is, yeah, I agree with you, it is a very sensitive, yes, but we suggest that, okay, so suppose that's what, right? We consider each cases actually, okay? So we told that, okay, it's misdiagnosis actually. So if doctor is performing that, okay, for the knee pain, if they're doing blood test actually, people can understand at least, okay, so they, I mean, it mean, yeah. Yes, yes. Mhm. Yes. Yes, yes. So, I mean, so up to us, it is 50-50 only still because it's, I mean, always it's, health is sensitive information actually, should not depend on, see, we cannot expect same thing actually because you are, I mean, so you were saying that you've consulted 4 doctors, the first doctor is couldn't expect that actually. I mean, see, AI is not something that, I mean, it's not, I mean, doctor, right? It is like how we feed data actually, right? So based on the matching of the, yeah. Yeah, right, right. Yeah, right, right. So this is, yeah, so this is more about the prescriptions actually. So what we collect data from the users, we are always training the models actually. So suppose like, see the main part is like prescriptions, first thing, how we collect data. No, I mean, so the reports we have it actually. So reports we have it, right? What they have done so far. But AI also we are not suggesting that cure of it actually. So we are giving the symptoms of to consult the doctor actually. So if it is, yes, yes, sir. So but I'm saying that I mean because. So that's what we targeted first the prescription parts actually, some part. So the whoever is coming to the app actually, so everybody is uploading the prescriptions actually, right? So I mean we are diagnosing, I mean the extracting data to use that models to see the ports. So that's what we, I mean in the chart we showed 2 different versions of the text actually. One is that, so if you saying that suffering from fever, it says that I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, so if these are the symptoms, better to consult with the doctor. Okay, the second case we are doing chest pain. So we uploaded a prescription with the chest pain. Yeah, yeah, yes, yes, sir. Yes, yes, right. AI is depends on the data, right? So yeah, that's what. So we, I mean, we, I mean, regularly train the models with the new data what we come in actually. Yeah, that is, I mean, yes, yes, connected. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Yes. Let's give. Yes, thank you so much, team Code Space. I think you guys did a phenomenal job, so much so that it became a very intense discussion from our judges as well. So let's give a big round of applause for our previous team. And now we have the digital disruptors. Once again, I would like to inform all the teams that let's keep a tab on the time as well. We have many more presentations coming up, so let's keep it tight and crisp. And now over to the next team, the Digital Disruptors.
Am I audible? Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you, guys, for spending your valuable time this evening with us. Before we jump into the presentation, I would like to play a small video clip.
Yes, yes.
Pardon. I promise we'll be on time. Yeah, we would like to start our presentation with this video.
When I started Amazon, it was 25 years ago. I started Amazon in 1994. When I went to seek investors, the first question I had to answer is, what is the internet? None of my investors had ever heard of the internet.
Thank you. Why we played it, I'll explain at the end of the presentation. So, we are digital disruptors. Myself, Prem, my teammates Afzal and Chetan. We are software engineers at Moback. When we initially thought to develop an app, we were looking for the inspirations. We have two different inspirations. One is the technological inspiration, and one is the app idea inspiration. So I'll brief a little bit about the technological inspiration. So if we look at the web, we can divide it in three parts. If you see in the late 80s, when the World Wide Web emerged, that first version is called Web 1.0. It is basically a text-based, which means the businesses had an opportunity to put a static websites, the content that describes the business model, onto the internet. For us, it is very boring, but it's a very big deal in 80s. Would I know that? Okay? And the second generation of the web, it started in late 2000s, when I was as a teen. That is the rise of the social media. I still remember the days where, when the college is done, the one important thing everybody does is come, open the Facebook, send as many as friend requests to the fellow ladies, and try to chat them. So we all been through that, and everybody can relate what big deal a social media is when we were in the college. But do you guys know there is a new form of web is emerging, and some people say that we are already in Web 3.0, where it is open, decentralized, and immersive web. So in the Web 1.0, it is plain static. In Web 2.0, people started to interact with the websites. And in Web 3.0, we are getting immersed in the internet. Next. So I'll try to put it very brief on what this Web 3.0 is built on. So the primary thing is decentralization, which means as of today, any app that we use is working on a centralized model, which means there is a company that owns the data servers, and the others will be part of the vendors or users for that application. That is called centralization, and the Web 3.0 is completely on the decentralization. And the artificial intelligence, we all know how the rise of ChatGPT in the recent times, the semantic web, which means, remember the olden websites, when you want to search something, you want it to be very precise on the keyword level, then only the application will give some input. But now we know, if it tells something, the AI is so smart to understand the meaning of the text, and it generates the required result. And this is exactly the Web 3.0 model. Even the Siri and the Google Assistant are also considered as in Web 3.0 technologies. And the user experience, which is the upcoming 3D rendering, AR, VR, all those things. So we know pretty much people might be thinking, like we are working on this. That's why even we are also confident that we already came into the Web 3.0 technology. So that is our technological inspiration, that we wanted to build something which is based on Web 3.0. And now it comes to the app idea inspiration. So what we wanted to build in Web 3.0? It's a very basic thing. It's a P2P lending. So in very simple terms, in P2P lending, there won't be any central authority, or a bank or a company. The lender directly gets a chance to meet the borrower. And this is not something new. My parents, they take loans and they give loans in P2P lending, my grandfather, everybody. When they have money, in the late 80s, 90s, when the banking was not very much reach, like people used to lend money to their fellows, friends, relatives, and they used to earn interest out of it. But this is not a traditional method. Even now, this has become mainstream across the world, particularly after the crisis of 2008. So there are a lot of platforms which are centralized, and they are doing the P2P lending. And even the P2P gap is estimated to be $804 billion by 2030, which is a lot. So I would like to, before we jump in what we have done, I would like to talk about the elephant in the room, which is blockchain, which is a very basic fundamental element for Web 3.0. This is very time-consuming topic. I would like to be very as crisp and as simple as it can be. So what is a blockchain? I know everybody heard of blockchain, Bitcoin, and everybody has some understanding of it. But I would like to put it in a very simple terms like this. A blockchain is an advanced database mechanism. At the same time, it is also a network. So I'll put it this way. In my language, Telugu, there is a song where hero sings like this. I'm a lover also, fighter also. If blockchain can sing, it will sing like this. I'm a database also, I'm a network also. It is just that. It is database and network, one in all and all in one. And working mechanism. This is little techy, I'll just put it this way. Somebody in the blockchain network want to perform something. He puts it out. Somebody else will verify it, and he says, bro, you are good. This transaction is recorded. Now pay me some money. He pays it. That's it. There is an the request is raised. The peers will validate the request. Once the request is approved, the transaction is added to the block, and the block is added to the chain. That's why it's a block being added to the chain. It's a blockchain. So what are the key features? It holds all key features which a Web 3.0 needs. It is decentralized, which means people own their own data, and nobody can able to see the data because of the way how the cryptology works in the blockchain. Once the data is added to the block, it is practically impossible to hack the block, because it's not that it cannot be hacked, but it's just the amount of computational power needed to hack a block is way too much, which is practically not possible to achieve that kind of computation. And key components is there is something called distributed ledger. Ledger is nothing but you can think like a bank statement where there is a certain transaction which is recorded on a certain date. In the blockchain, it maintains a distributed ledger where every transaction is added to a block, and that is being shared across to the all peers. So this is in simple. It's very like a tip of iceberg what a blockchain is. Now, the thing, what's the problem that we are trying to solve today? So with the lens of Web 3.0, we wanted to see this traditional P2P lending and how we wanted to think how we can enhance it. So to put it in very plain terms, as a believers of Web 3.0, we try to invest in cryptocurrencies, and once we invest them, we wanted to make returns out of it without actually trade it. So the way how trading works is people will buy an Ethereum, if the price appreciates, they will sell it, they make a profit. But we don't want to sell it because we know the cryptocurrencies are the future and they will have a very decent appreciation. So I wanted to keep it, but at the same time, I wanted to make money out of it. And what could be the solution? It's simple. Lend it to peers in a decentralized P2P blockchain application. Okay, so how it's done. So before we actually give the demo, we would want to give some prerequisites to know before we use a blockchain application. Because remember, every application we use till today in the phones and the laptops is centralized application. There is a data server somewhere sitting, there is a database somewhere sitting, and we have been communicated with REST APIs. But the whole concept of blockchain is decentralized. So the way how an user interacts with the application is different. So there is some, I would say, a minor KT is needed. We wanted to put it as a prerequisites. And we just wanted to go through this so that you guys will have a better understanding when we actually work on a blockchain application. So one is the personal blockchain. So we know there is different types of blockchains, public and private. And the Ethereum is the most happening blockchain, which is a public blockchain. But it's very difficult to build an application while directly working with live Ethereum blockchain. Because in order to make any transaction, we need to pay some money called gas fee. So that is the reason all the blockchains are developed by creating a local version of blockchain within the developer's laptop. And that is something called Ganache. So Ganache, you can think it's an Ethereum equivalent blockchain, but it runs on our local, it is limited to our local. And another thing is wallet. So in the blockchain, the transactions will happen with cryptocurrencies. So the cryptocurrency is digital. So we need to have a digital wallet to work with the cryptocurrencies. And that is done by using something called digital wallet. There are a lot of markets in the digital, a lot of products in the digital wallets in the market. We would like to use something called MetaMask, which is a well-known thing in the blockchain community. And obviously there is something called smart contract. So people often confuse smart contract with the blockchain, but they are different. Smart contract works with the blockchain technology, and the blockchain technology leverages using smart contracts. So in very late early, people have realized using cryptography, they can build something called blockchain. But in Ethereum, people have found a way where they can put some business logic in the blockchain so it can perform some business calculations. And the way how we run a piece of code in blockchain is by deploying something called a smart contract. We will show everything when we are showing the demo. And another thing is gas fee. So whenever somebody wants to initiate a transaction in blockchain, they need to pay something called gas fee, which is when we are using with Ethereum, it will be in the Ether. So this gas fee depends upon the network busyness and the amount of the computation needed to perform the transaction. The gas fee will be varying for the transaction to transaction. And finally, Web3 package. So Web3 is a node package that will enable the front-end applications to communicate with the back-end blockchain application. Okay, so the prerequisites are done. Now it's time for the actual demo.
So hi. Okay, yeah. Somebody will know. So before coming to the demo, so we need to again again to familiar with the blockchain what currently we are using. So for the time being, we need to disconnect from our centralized application, because when you see the demo, you will see what is the difference between centralized and decentralized, and you will be see when going to a centralized application, you will have sign in, sign up application. So we don't have anything sign in or sign up. We will call just connect and disconnect. So that's the first point. So currently, for the development purpose, we are using showing one private network thing, so that we can then use the Ganesha things that again powered by the truffle framework. But again, as we said, we can't develop directly to the Ethereum network because we need to perform this operation is working fine. There is a gas fee involved. Once we develop, when we are going to ready, we can deploy the same smart contract to the real Ethereum network. So these things are we are going to show. And basically, these private network we can they will give 10 accounts. So through these 10 accounts, we are going to show the demo, and you can see that one. This will be the same thing like this real blockchain. What we will see, and we can see the smart contract we have deployed. So this will be the main smart contract we deployed. This for the our testing purpose we have done, and this will give you an idea what how the transaction is going on the Ethereum. So we are not going to into deep into the blockchain. It will go out of the which one the scope, and this will give the main idea the blocks. So just Prem give an idea for each transaction we need to pay some gas fee, and that gas fee again going to the miners. So the same thing we can see that the mimic of that one, how it is happening. So now we are going to the directly to the demo. Okay, yeah. So again, see, we doesn't have any sign up or sign in, because suppose if you have any account, okay, earlier, if you already have some Ethereum account, so you probably have which one block address. So if that block address will be supported by one private key. So you can import that private key in any wallet. So that wallet currently, I will say there's a lot of wallet currently available. There is a Coinbase wallet and the MetaMask that is browser-based wallet. So that browser-based wallet currently we are using. And when we clicking connect, it will try to select which an account we need. Okay. So currently we have loaded the accounts from our local blockchain. So before that one I will show you how we can do this one. So this is the the local blockchain we connected, and there is an option here. There is a two thing. You can go and create the account. Okay, so it will create a block address for you. So but currently we are dealing with the private blockchain. They already giving 10 block address. So we will be importing that account. So how we will importing that account means we will be taking the private key. So basically, these are a private key that will secure thing. So when you have in the real Ethereum, if you have the your account, you should preserve that one. So that's our thing. And currently we are going to connect. Okay. So it will be showing to connect which network. So currently we are selected the account file. So that that wallet is connected, the account is loaded. So now we are going to home. Okay. So I will just give a quick idea what are the things available here. So as we said, we are going to present the demo on the peer-to-peer network. So basically, this will be there's a lot of traditional peer-to-peer network currently available that will be on the centralized application. But still, there are some projects on the centralized application, but it's still a growing thing only. It's not that much developed one. So currently we have each user have you can request the loan and also you can lend the money. So it will be a balance between. Okay, and here we are giving a marketplace option. So whenever you are creating a request, that will be going to the marketplace. So here we are just some dashboard. It will give an idea how much balance in your Ethereum account, loan request, debt, and we will come later this one. So again we are setting up one user profile. It's again saying we are not storing this user profile in the block address blockchain. Blockchain will only have your unique block address, but here these details we are storing on the smart contract, because again we need to evaluate the user borrower. Again there will be again, if you trust the borrower also, we will have a question how the trustness will work. Okay, how the borrower, how the trustness. So currently we can have the, currently for the demo purpose we are using the credit score, but currently we are manually giving. So based on the credit score, we will be analyze the risk appetite of the borrower. So based on the investor, he can invest or not. But again, when coming to the the next feature, we can have its fast transaction taken, how taken he have given, or is there an issue. So for the time being, I am creating just mobile number and PAN card and so this will be your first post transaction. So you see that one. When you click submit, it will open your wallet. Yeah. So you can see the estimated gas fee. This estimated gas fee again based on the size of the block. How much data, how much load you are going to post into the blockchain.
And also how busy the network is. If the network is very busy, we wanted our transaction to be approved immediately, then we can pay lot gas fee so that our request is prioritized. So this gas fee is actually given by the user who initiates the request. It depends upon how urgently you want to register the transaction. He can quote a different gas fee.
So we are confirming that one. Yeah, that got updated. Okay. So now we are coming to the loan request. So we have put minimum fields only, just put the loan amount. Again, it will be the Ethereum only, not in our the local fiat currency. So I request for the 10 Ethereum. I am giving again suppose the due date.
My friend is requesting for almost 12 lakhs.
So okay. So before into the again question. So again the loan request it will be based on an agreement only. So in the traditional system, okay, I will be giving my land thing or something as the back end of thing. But here will be definitely a question. So how will be this mortgage detail will be carried out? But for the thing, okay, we have a system called IPFS technology, but some people confuse it again blockchain, but it behave like a blockchain. It's not a blockchain. It will be again storing when we can upload our document to this network, and this will give a block address. Again, that will be unique. That's the good thing, that again will be unique. But for the time being, again we have not integrate that one. Again, it will be out of the scope. And so suppose we already copied one address. So the thing is that the lender can a loan agreement based on this block address.
So I would like to fill one more thing. So you guys might be thinking, when one person can transfer his Ethereum to other person, why do we need the mortgage details? So sometimes it's always good we have some security for the lender for his money. So that is done by this mortgage details. So in blockchain, there is a way, where Abdul was showing, we can register a document and we can create an ownership of it. So here what the borrower is doing is, he is quoting some amount and he wants to put his document as a collateral for that amount. So the lender will feel his risk is reduced because he has collateral to be seized in case if the borrower defaults it.
Okay. So we are submitting. So again we need to give gas fee. But again, we think about the gas fee. No, it will not be that much when we think about our bank. There will be a lot of hidden fees. And another point, we forgot to say, the read operation is completely free. Only the post operation, only we need to pay the gas fee. So we need to come to now, we have successfully created a loan request. That loan request now will be going to the marketplace. So now we are coming to the marketplace. Okay. So you can this is the loan request we have created. This is the status for accepting, and just few open request, what are the close requests. So currently we are logged in as one account only. So currently we are switching the account because the lender will be different now. we are switching the account.
So we're done with the borrower part. Now let's assume a lender is accessing the application.
Yes. So we already loaded one account, that one. Okay. So you can see now the button, like in the button available for sending proposal. Again, when coming to like in traditional banking system also. So we will be like going to the different banks. We will ask like I need 10 lakhs of money. Okay, so they will discuss. Okay, we will give 10 lakhs of money, but based on this much interest. So we will be going to the different banks. So the same thing we are going to do here. So I am logging as a one lender. So I am like analyzing the marketplace. So this is the open request now. So we have used like credit score like for the time being, like there's a lot of thing we can bring into the picture. So currently like I've seen like the credit analysis is excellent. Again you can see like in the mortgage details, and I can send his proposal. So again how much interest you need to put. Again it will be based on the if it is a good credit score, you can give like 2 or 3%. Again 1 or 2% it will be very high, because the value of Ethereum, 1 Ethereum will be currently like 1 lakh. Yeah, currently we also developed that feature. So this is 1,50,000. Okay, so as a lender I am going to send proposal. So the borrower requested for 10 Ethereum. We can again bargain then. So okay, I will be give 9 Ethereum. So again I can set the due date in something. Okay, sorry. Okay, again interest. So now we are sending proposal. Okay, so we have successfully sent the proposal. So now n number of proposal can be sent. Okay, now the proposal have sent. Now we need to again we need to switch back. Okay, switch back to the borrower account. Now we again switch to the borrower account. So this is the loan proposal. So this is my request. I can see the proposal. So when I see the proposal, okay. So this lender is like sending the proposal for the loan amount 10 and the interest rate will be 2. So it's my wish. Okay, there will be n number of proposal will be coming. I can choose according to the interest rate and everything. So I will be going to accept. It's done. So first part is done. First part is done, like we have agreed, the proposal sent by the lender, the borrower accepted that one. So we can come to our my loan section. So we can see that one, my request, loan request, that's sent to the marketplace. Again the lender sent the proposal. I choose the lender. So you can see the status that's waiting for the loan amount. So next we are going to the next picture. That is again we need to log in as which one, the lender. So in the real world, you don't need to be switching like that. Okay. So when I will have a profile like my investment. So you can see that one your proposal have accepted by the requester. So you can send your pay loan. So again one the good thing about that one now. So again the people will be handling, okay, it will be happen through the smart contract. No, we don't need that to be taken care of, because we have a Web3 packages. That package directly communicate with the front end and the blockchain. So it will be taking the details. You can see the 10 and added the gas fee. So this will be the thing we are going to.
So this is the gas fee for the transaction, and this is actual amount which the lender intends to send to the borrower.
Okay. That's completed. So again, that process completed, loan completed. That amount will be passing to the borrower address.
Can you open the Ganesh?
Yes.
Yeah. So this account has been become 87 Ethereum, and this account has got
Yes.
103, 107.
Yes. And you can see the transactions here also. So this we need to mine, recent mining here, transaction also. Okay. Again, when we log in again as a borrower. Okay, so I can see that you have got the amount. So it's it depend upon that you can repay that one. So when coming to the dashboard, it will also give an idea how much balance currently you have, the loan requests or debt details and everything. And again we can improve these features. So basically these the quick demo about that one. I think it will be just confusion because every people connecting with the centralized application. It's we need to disconnect basically from the centralized application. Yeah. Yes.
I'm sorry. 2 more slides.
So targeted audience are targeted audience are individuals and business people who will very interested in decentralized applications, and they are very interested in that ecosystem. So, and currently Ether market was, as per the globaldata.com, it is $220.4 billion as per last month. Okay, and the expected CAGR is next last 5 years is 20.8%. So every time if we are going for some investment, the investment CAGR will be increased like 8.7% or 10% or 15%. Mutual funds are 12%. So like that way, the expected CAGR will be 20.8%. Actual CAGR is 20.8%. And organization fees and service fees, late fees, all these things will be collected through the gas fees. Yeah, competitors. Yeah, actually in US we have already many startups has started this, and in India looks like there is not yet started anything. And we have limitations like regulatory, like governance is not there in this particular section. Okay, and scalability issues, security issues, and credit risk. Some people default right, so that is the reason credit risk will be there. And integrate digital collateral. Yeah, just now we shown IPFW, that collateral will be helpful, and we can improve the user experience in our application, extend the support of cryptocurrencies, and negotiate loan contract terms. Just now he shown 10 Ethereum borrower has requested, and the lender can send 9 Ethereum only. Make smart contracts terms agreed under the law. So this will be in future expectation. Yeah, thank you.
So I would like to end this presentation with the initial video that I have shown. So whenever there is a new technology that emerges, in the initial phases it is slow, sluggish, it feels like it is more complicated, and it sometimes feels like it is unnecessary. But if there is any value added in that, it will automatically get picked up in the coming years, and it will stand as a face of the technology. That's what a guy 25 years back, he adapted to the early trend called the internet, and now that company is a multi-billion-dollar company. And we firmly believe the future is going to be the blockchain, and this is our small effort to show how a general day-to-day transaction in future might look like.
You told lot many things about Web3. Now I would like to what I know about Web3 right now. That Web3 is currently it's struggling a lot. Okay, due to first when you said it's decentralized thing, right? So that is one of the problem also when the Web3s they are trying to scale, they are not able to do it. First of all. Then the second problem right now with Web3 is cryptojacking, which has been increased recently a lot. Third point is apart from there are many other points, but another is rug pull not many years, people are trying to scale it, but it's not working. And it is said that Web3, people, like most of the developers are leaving Web3, and right now we are talking about Web 4.0, which is called symbiotic web. So it is basically on since there's a recent advancement in AI and all those things, they're like people are like more interested in symbiotic web where it is more of the interaction between human and robots, AI and applications. So what do you think about this application? How much it will be beneficial? Apart from that, even Indian government, they have so first initially they blocked it, right? The cryptocurrency and everything. Now, I'm sure people might know that they have recently got this e-rupee, which is on Bitcoin cryptocurrency. So that is also struggling right now. Even they started a beta launch in Bangalore and few other cities. It's still they are not able to scale it up. So that is also, again, here is also a problem in Bitcoin. So what do you think about your project? How beneficial it will be for anyone to say that it is good, like for investing?
Sukesh, what you said is 100% true. It is so true that we have to put in our slide that there is a scalability issue. Okay, so like I made an ending statement. This the blockchain, decentralized cryptocurrency, it is still evolving. So like you said, we believe it will pick up based upon the things it can do, the problems it can solve. But there is a very decent speculation that the idea might entirely drop off. The only time will decide that.
Yeah, but I need to add one point. Okay, no, I need to add one point. Okay, so we already tell like there is an application already in the US. That name is compound.finance. Okay, so that already have the 2.4 million, 2.4 million users. So they're still looking for the next feature. So and also when you come to the governance, and I don't think like the government can stop this cryptocurrency. No, because that will not happen, because that's the first decision taken by the government. Then again there is a decision going to support the DeFi finance. When regarding the governance, okay, when you put the governance completely to the blockchain, then there is no meaning about the blockchain, because these detail will be peer-to-peer only, okay, and that will be completely out of that in the world. Again, you can see the cap is going on. Okay, it's not there is a lot of false noises noise going on, but again its cap is still in the up only. And you can we can show, for the time being I can show that in a website, and it will give you an idea how much potential that one have.
I agree with that, but the problem is even government is that is why they are also pushing it away, because the problem is decentralizing. If they won't be able to regulate the things, it can go chaotic. So that's also one of the issues. But they are still trying with the UPI.
So one point I would like to bring is it was from because the Bitcoin has became revolutionary as a blockchain, but the Bitcoin and the cryptocurrency is one of the applications of the blockchain. It's an unfortunate, we also picked up in the similar finance section, but I will tell you a real-time example. It happened in Netherlands, if I believe. So whenever every year in the grown countries, they offer certain part of refugees. So they have something called every year they have to take this much of percent of refugees and give shelter to them and give a life to them. And there is a lot of corruption happening because there is nobody to talk behalf of them. So the government has given such certain initiative where the crediting and the dispersing the food stamp amount, everything is entirely done on smart contract. So there is no government regulatory or a person has interact with that. So everything is done automatically on a blockchain where with the business logic written in a smart contract. So I'm very positive on this side of blockchain that takes the leverage of smart contract rather than the currency itself. But it just happened coincidence that we have picked up the same fintech idea for the blockchain.
So, but you can see
cryptocurrency with them to lend to the borrowers for a reasonable interest fee, which they both agree. So the smart contracts will be applicable only when both the parties are entitled for the conditions.
Bargaining can be included in it. So interest can be 2% means he can ask for 1%. So multiple number of proposals come to the lender. He can see which interest is lesser, so he can.
So what next we'll be going to do in the future plan that we tried to do, but in the BTV we stopped. Okay. So currently we said one investor, multiple investor can send the proposal, but again we can split the money. Okay. So whenever I am accepting the proposal, we are closing the request. Again, that request we can still open. I acquire that I am need 10 Ethereum. So I got now only 5 Ethereum from the different lenders. I can still open the request to wait for the other lenders.
So the idea was we initially thought to do crowdfunding and P2P. Later we dropped that idea crowdfunding. So the concept of crowdfunding is I might come to the platform and say, hey, I'm a software engineer, but I'm really good at movies. So I have a very good idea. I wanted to direct a movie and I need 2 crores of amount. So now I can start to pool the cryptocurrencies where my founder, he can give 10 Ethereums. He can ask his friends to donate 10 more Ethereums. So this concept crowdfunding where there is a purpose and everybody will pool some amount. And in the smart contract, we can put rules like this amount can be used only for this purpose and it will be released only on that criteria. So this blockchain using smart contract is a very good application for the crowdfunding applications too.
Money from convert Ethereum to Indian rupee, that's where all the regulations are.
Again, we have some wallets now, some coin or something. We can again convert that one. But regarding
so we can, there is apps called Coinbase, everything where it will take
and we can convert to the fiat one.
You can. I'm not saying
okay.
you cannot.
Yeah.
Okay.
The only problem is you need to pay the tax.
Yeah.
That's where
We need to look for the governance.
The long future that we see is in future we might never have to convert it again.
Yeah, probably you can buy coffee. There are
yes.
What the thing when talking about the peer-to-peer, there is a lot of centralized application. What the problem about the centralized application? When we are again talking about the peer-to-peer, again it's based on one company will be there. Again, he can do anything. Okay, it will be going like an intermediary thing only. When coming about the smart contract, when we place in the intermediary thing like a smart contract, so it will be it will be automate everything. Otherwise, the centralized thing like in a coin stop them. I try to add one point in this time. Okay, what is the problem about the peer-to-peer one? No. So again, I am requesting some long request in the centralized application, and other people can send the proposal. Same thing will happen. But there is a news happen in the Gujarat. Okay, so there is one news happen when you are scanning the thing. Okay, suppose your account is suspected one. Okay, your account is suspected. I'm a merchant. Okay, so I scan that account. Okay, that will connected. Okay, every account will be which one blocked. So that's about the centralized application, because again, if you're talking about peer-to-peer, there will be CD thing and regulation will be coming. Okay, and that again it will be not making again it will be going to in the small scale banking system about. But when we coming to here, you can say it's like a peer-to-peer only, because how to we are only a smart contract. We can have a fixed gas fee for for this transaction only, and that's the advantages. So we thought there will be end for these peer-to-peer marketplace. Again, I am sure the government put a regulation over that one peer-to-peer. So I think the blockchain still have the future for that one. Gas fee or minus. So again, the smart contract is going to live on a block address.
No, I understand. So yeah, can you just come back to that? So when the user requested for a loan, we can charge 1% of service fee. And the borrower in the whole loan facilitating process, organization fee, service fee, late payment fee, prepayment fee.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because the smart contract, we again will be living on a block address only. So that block address we can access. So that money we can again send to our block address as a service fee.
So people
Only.
are very bullish on
Only.
No,
No. That's the main point. Whoever believe in the blockchain, so we can't push the people to this blockchain, no.
you might have known that the user experience is very complicated. People, yeah.
The problem is, the question is, who do you think apart, like, if I need the money, so I need to be, crypto freak to come to your
No.
application and get it?
Yeah, I'll tell you an example. As of now today, Ethereum stands around 1,50,000. So I'm very bullish on Ethereum that in 5 years, it might go to 3 lakhs. So I'll invest in Ethereum. Now the Ethereum is sitting idle in my digital wallet. Now I wanted to make some money out of it. There are different ways, taking crypto, yielding, all those things. But one of the way which we think is good is lending it to someone and make interest out of it so that our crypto is ours. We just have lended it, so that one day it will come back to us.
So again, there is a one point. Okay, all the blockchain application, whoever we believe in the blockchain, that's the target audience. Okay, we can't push to the normal audience because we need to have the market idea, what is blockchain, everything.
One point I can say. I don't see there's a like easy for a person to come and get this.
Exactly.
That's the problem.
Yeah, that's what I said. It is still evolving. That's what it is complicated. It's very complicated. I agree that. But the hope is one day the future generations will optimize it such a level that it will just like an opening a notification now.
I think that's why we added that video first.
I think if it's okay, the judge will ask a few questions. So I think great presentation. I must say very interesting concept. And see, there are always, people who don't believe in technology, and there are a lot of, criticism about technology as well, right? It's common, and I think Amazon is a good example. And by the way, I was in the Bay Area when the .com bust happened. So I remember people raising like X.com raising like a couple of $1 million, right? So those are the, heydays of .com, and then it busted. Everything came down, and everybody said internet is over, right? So I think probably blockchain as a technology is here to stay, right? It's a very solid technology. Crypto is one use case of blockchain.
Sure.
Right? And what you have built is a P2P marketplace which is using crypto as an instrument.
Yes.
Tomorrow you could also use some other thing as an instrument.
Sure.
So the concept of P2P marketplaces are really, very, very potent, right? And that's why you see so many P2P marketplaces coming up in US. So, and also on blockchain, see, when you have seen the adoption of blockchain, right? So I have two questions. One is, when you see NFT marketplaces like, can you tell me what is the biggest NFT marketplace?
No, but I know one digital art is sold for around 6 million.
So the biggest NFT marketplace is OpenSea.
Okay.
Right, and I think they have done last year, or I think, they raised a huge amount of funding, but their gross merchandise value was $4.5 billion of NFTs, right? So I'm sorry, but maybe a little gross, but somebody's sweat, coming down on their chest, right, is a picture which was sold for like a couple of $100,000, right? So things like that. So I think in your case, why can't NFT marketplaces also, get into P2P lending, right? Because they already have so many crypto users.
Yes, absolutely.
Right? So like you have like at least 10 NFT marketplaces which are really big. So why would anyone come to you for crypto lending or, giving loans on crypto, right? Either ways, right? Because they have millions of users already.
Yes.
So that is one. And the second is, I think, from a tech standpoint, I think, what have you used? I know you have used something for the local blockchain, but ideally you want to use Ethereum.
So
right?
the main advantage we took it of smart contract. So the blockchain with smart contract empowers the logic of it. So the smart contract is built on framework on a language called Solidity. It is just like a JavaScript, and the rest of the application, what we see is React. It uses Web3 packets to communicate with the
front end is React.
Yes.
What you are seeing here.
Yes.
Okay.
And the smart contract is built on something called Solidity.
Okay.
Solidity, like this is Solidity.
I think you guys have done some real work. I mean, that's the good part. You have really cracked the code here. It's not easy to, by the way, do smart contracts and blockchain, right? It does requires a lot of, expertise to, actually program this, as I understand. Now, last question is, how are you growing to planning to scale this? Because as a marketplace, you need lenders and you need borrowers. And that's the difficult part. I've been building a marketplace for 10 years now. I can tell you how difficult it is. So how do you plan to grow your marketplace?
So the idea is only to make these services probably free or with very minimal gas fees to leverage that kind of transactions and to improve the collateral as much. So maybe the lender should not feel risky about putting their money in this marketplace. So improving the collateral is one thing. And the scaling thing, to be honest, even we are still connecting those dots, but the way how we thought of it, the more data we load into the smart contract, the more gas fees the network demands to resolve the transaction. So, I mean, even we are very open to understand that.
Usually the easiest part is to build a platform. I think scaling it is the 10 times more difficult. So I think you need to think about how to scale this.
So regarding currently we have
some partnerships, like like the other team presented, some partnerships, how do you go to market? I think can be thought through a little bit. Like you could partner with OpenSea, for example.
Okay.
Right? So NFT marketplaces could be a good potential partner for you. Yeah.
So regarding this, we have written all of the functionality in the one smart contract itself. But we also told think about we have 1 lakh of customers. So holding it will be in the single smart contract, it will be difficult. So we already have a discussion there, we can split each functionality into the different smart contract. So again, we don't need to worry about how we'll be contracting with the different smart contract, because that will be taken care of the Ethereum network itself. So that thing we can add on. I will give you in a quick what are the technical stack we use. Solidity we have used for the programming language for the smart contract. Again, I am saying it's not that much mature. We need to it will be seems like a JavaScript, but you can't write all the functionality. Very limited function.
We don't know how to debug that.
Because you need to write the test cases and you need to go to the console. And how the data is storing, that will be interesting thing. Okay, so first when you coming to the Solidity, we search a lot about the database, where it is storing. So there is the state and the local state. In the state will be the global variable. So that will be storing the data. And we will use the Web3 packages that will be taking care of the transactions. Yeah.
This is just waiting when it will end.
We know that.
Just in the interest of time, I have one question and few thought process just to break your bias. One question is about in terms of the regulatory standpoint, have you researched about Open Credit Enablement Network? So Government of India is coming up with that. You have to research about it.
Yeah, that will be a good idea.
It's like next UPI, but a lot of regulatory aspects. Okay? Especially for your idea, there are a lot of knots. Until you unveil each one, the idea may look good, but it's a lot of complexities. And second, in order to break your biases, just in the interest of all of us, though the idea may look good, you talk about blockchain, you talk about smart contract, etc. A lot of large companies as well as small companies are trying to crack that. P2P lending itself is going to be a dogfight soon. A lot of companies is coming into it, right? And as he mentioned, building a marketplace is another. Even IBM has their own trust networks, etc. in terms of the blockchain, but bringing companies into a marketplace is a major thing. So if you say whoever believes in blockchain, it is the platform only for them, then you are the only one who will be left out, right? You have to build for the customers. So regulatory aspects and marketplace, you have to pay concentration more than the technology.
Yes, yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yes, thank you so much, team. I think it was quite a heavy presentation. All of us definitely are slightly overwhelmed. And sir, what's your name? I didn't catch your name properly. Mr. Piyush, right? Piyush, you reminded me of that one student from school who always used to remind teacher of the homeworks. Like even the class were peacefully getting over, he always had something to add. But yes, I really appreciate the enthusiasm that you have. Lovely. We appreciate that. And I'm sure that the topic itself was so interesting that because most of us have made money, most of us have lost money in crypto. So I think it was a little close to our heart. So I think we all deserve a break now, a small little break. So it's exactly 6:20 on my watch. So let's come back by 6:30 sharp and let's continue with the remaining. remaining presentations. So please come back exactly in the next 10 minutes. Thank you. All right, so I'm sure that you all have utilized the break very well and are now recharged and hydrated enough to continue for the rest of the session. So can I request everyone to please kindly join us back? We'll start in the next 1 minute, like 30 seconds to be precise. So do we only have these many of us or have most of us left for the day? Well, in that case, can I request the people at the back to please come forward? Okay, so I think we all are set. Yes or no? Very, very good. Very much enthusiastic. All of us are. Most of us are. Okay, once again, let me ask this. Are we all ready? Yes or no? Yes. People at the back, yes or no? People at the couch area, yes or no? Okay, so now without any further delay, let me welcome the... Okay. Can I ask... I would like to take the permission of the judges if we can start. All right, let's start. So now the next team is Team eBuddy. Let's give a big round of applause for them. Right. All the best.
Yeah, good evening all. So eBuddy. So we all are employees. We worked earlier, the period of the organization, we came here and working. Why eBuddy? What is eBuddy? Okay. So employee buddy is one of the friendly application for an employee where it connects the employee in an organization. Have you seen anywhere in any of your organizations which have their own application which can connect the employees? We are planning to build a platform. It's not just only a Moback which you kept. We built one product from Moback. It's a platform. Before starting, I would like to say it's a platform and a product we are building. So it might be any number of organizations which can come and enter into it. So let me begin. Myself Arun, so is Arjun and Arpita and now Nithya. Yup. So in an organization when we talk, the major challenge which it faces is about the employees' productivity and keeping the employees motivated in an organization. What organizations normally will do, let me give me a real-time example which is done 2020 and 21 in US. It's a 36% of employees are keeping motivated themselves. What about rest others? What organizations will take care about them? See, when we always will look for the employees, what is wrong in there, how? So some people will start their day with some of the doing the exercise, going for the jog and doing some of the activities which can help throughout the days, let them be on situations. But how organization can help the employees? Do we have apps anywhere? Have you seen the platforms? I have not yet seen, but we come across this idea, eBuddy, which solves many of the problems. Let me give one example. He's an Arjun. He is a fresher. He joined an organization. So HR allotted a laptop for him, but he told him to connect a VPN settings. We remember that each and every organization might have a different formalities, different setups based on the organization's rules, and there might be a different URLs you may have to follow. As Arjun knew, So how he knows? Do you need to Google? No. Now Arjun is worried. So what I have to do? He's waiting for the seniors or someone else to give him some kind of guidelines, but nobody is here around. He just waited and waited for the afternoon, the evening time. And one of the senior guys walking around is Navneet. He's coming around. So he just saw and just met him. Hey, hello, I am Arjun. Navneet here. Hey, what are you looking for? Yeah, bro. I just worried about the connecting a VPN here. Just got a laptop. So what to do? See here, we do have one application called eBuddy. You can install, and where do have we have some kind of frequent questions and few of the blocks you may find here. I did this VPN connection long 5 years back. I don't remember, man, exactly what is the step, but you can do it with app. So Arjun installed the app and he tried and able to do the setup VPN in a few minutes. Yeah, this is one use case where if it could have been done earlier, Arjun productivity means he started his day from the beginning. He might not have wasted his time from morning. Not only this, there might be a lot of issues we may come across in our organizations. We just give an example of just one thing. Next thing about, so as an employees, when we engage the people, then there might be a lot of collaborations with them. How to collaborate? So now we are working from home, and even when it started, we'll be the team 3-4 members. What about organization level? I'm interested in some of things, but how do I know the people around? Let's say one guy is interested in a cricket. Okay, he is looking for someone who can play with him. How do he know organization who all are interested in? So he can open the app and he can find the people and he can join with them and he can know him well about his interests and the hobbies, and not only cricket, all about whatever the hobbies and interested. So let me give me one more. The interesting part is about the knowledge sharing. So in our organizations, if you see, if you Google LinkedIn or any of the sites, we may get some of the online these things. But in an organizations, let's say I have done some of the certifications and I can create a blog and share across. If, for example, I did Azure certifications, let's say one guy have a problem with doing something on the Azure setup or something, instead of struggling, not only inside a team, in an organization, he can connect with them. Why he has to stop? And so, as I told, bringing the colleagues together and where the our organization level, they can create events and they can make the weekend some of the live sessions or a few of the activities using our applications. It also helps to know the employees or the colleagues better. So what are the hobbies, what they know, what are interested in, all those things. Yeah. So these are the problems we have and we come across in the current organizations. So there we introduce many of the features saying the FAQs. So where if I don't know something, I can just post it. So how do I do so and so in an Moback? So anybody in organizations know, just let's get answer it. Okay. So like that, we have created events where the HR teams can organize it, like if the hackathon events going on, where it is going on, what's going on. Instead of, so currently what's going on is a lot of mails are coming up. So where we lost ourselves. Yeah. So also one more thing about when we do a blogs or a posting in an organization level, it helps the bonding of the employees. So that is most important things what we thought. Also, we are keeping few of the employee emergency details. Once you logged in, so you may get some employee details like the emergency contact number, what is the blood group. So those things we are keeping it public. Reason why I will tell you. So we cannot keep running with ID cards or some things every time. So in the applications, once you logged in, without login, you are able to access those details as well. Yeah. So let us go through an application. Guest. Yeah, again, this application is built using one of the hybrid mobile platforms, that is Ionic. So Ionic capacitors, which we built using a React as a front-end tool and the Node.js as a back-end tool. So advantage is we built it for one web frameworks. You can generate the application for Android, iOS, including a web. A single framework which can work well in all the platforms. And even you can not like a web, you can integrate any of the native like a camera or any of the native the APIs as well using this. Let us scan. Oh, not scanned. Wait for a while. Okay, it's connecting. Yep. Okay. Let's switch over to web otherwise. Yeah. So it's about the framework and the application. When it comes to the product, okay, what is the platforms and what is the plan to build a product? How it can work in for a multiple organizations. So when we build an applications, the way it's built is, so you can provide the different themes and the different logos and the different organization name. It has to build in a build for a different organization. So that is one. Yep. So the applications earlier it will take an email which has to be registered in a database as a list of employees, and I will click on sign in. We'll generate an OTP, so which will be sent to that email, whatever entered. So user has to enter there. So he already logged in earlier. So you are able to see the about me link. So that's what I told earlier. So it's a public link where you can access the emergency contact details. Yep. Just where. Okay. Yeah. So nowadays, what organizations are doing is they are using third-party tools. Third-party tools you can buy for in terms of some packages, some $7. This is for a subscription package. So what happens? We are selling at the end where data is going on. We are sending our data, all the employees' data across them, right? So here this application, why is the product? So this will be for each of the organization. The data and nothing should be shared across anywhere. Yes. Once you logged in, here you can see the list of events. Okay, the hackathon and the team outing or when it gone up. If you see the hackathon event, just go inside. So you can in the admin portal I have entered all these details. You can see live streaming, all those things, links here. Go back. So here you can see the recent blogs. Okay. So one major intention why we come across this blogs features is, see, when we woke up in the morning, right? So I told it, we will be seeing some of the social media apps, not like just getting up and started over them. So when we see the application, the kind of the videos are a kind of things. If it's the motivational, the people are get motivated, excited to work. And if it's something kind of the funny videos, we'll feel like I have to keep watching. So that was the major intention why we should have the application which can motivate the employees and bring some kind of positive energy inside them. That was the main agenda for this. Okay, you can see the list of the blogs, and you can scroll down and click on any one of them, and you can, yeah. So anybody can post in an organizations. It is the shared same like the other social media. You can go back and go to the blogs somewhere. Yep. Yes. Here you can go and create a new blogs. So here user can create a new blogs and can save it. Go back to the FAQs. The FAQ place. Yes, this is what we are talking. So here you can search the FAQs or find the current FAQs. Scroll down. Yes. So there are some things. So how to apply the leaves in the Moback. So Moback using a Grey HR, other portals. Some other companies may be using some. So we don't need to ask anyone else. We do have something already. Yes. This is one important feature, and other about the quick note. So in a daily life, we will be doing so many things. Okay. So something you want to keep it in handy, and you can use the quick note features, and you can just add your notes on the application itself. Either you can use share and all those things, but we don't have given any share options, blocks and all those things, since it is a private to an organization. Yeah, that's all from us. Any questions?
The Microsoft Yammer or MS?
Oh no.
So if I understand, I see two kind of experiences. And if I put myself into that entire journey altogether, one when I'm joining, onboarding. Second, after onboarding, it's like my regular journey.
Right.
So during onboarding, most of things is standard operating procedure. Like I need to get a laptop, get my ID card, etc.
Right.
And second is what, like individual interest that you
Right.
cannot customize.
Right.
So when you mention most of the organization doesn't have an app,
Right.
I agree. They may not have an app, but they already have a similar functionalities in some other form.
Okay.
So my question to your idea is basically, is it white label solutions? If it is white label, what are the functions? Like how you are going to address the first part and the second part?
Okay.
You need to integrate with their systems, etc. Right? Like for laptop IDs, ID card,
Right.
etc.
Right.
And when I mention about MS Teams or Yammer, Yammer is again a Facebook for internal organization.
Right.
There anyone can create cricket enthusiasts, or football
Right.
enthusiasts, etc.
Right.
So most of the second part of it is already taken care by existing functionalities.
Right.
The initial part, most of the onboarding companies like automations, they are also a kind of taking care. Like it in the industry as of now, it has been addressed in two different ways. When you mention in your app,
right.
how you are going to differentiate in both the journeys and getting it together. Plus, if you're making it white label, what are all the functionalities it's going to give to the organization?
Okay. So if you want to make it as a wider, right? As I told, so we're not focusing just one these things. It's a platforms product. So when you say the platforms, so Instagram, Facebook, so all those are platforms. So they just in these applications. So if we are scaling in a high level, so currently we have this blogs, so and so. Let's say our HR team has some kind of the management or a surveys inside organizations I may have to do, and those are the things which we can incorporate as a part of. So let's say we have a stand-ups. Let's say an example, we are running the stand-up using it may be Jira board or any Google Sheets or anything. So we can embed that as well. So that is possible. And one more thing is about the second question's answering is how do we?
White label. The product has to be white label, right? My company, I use different colors.
Yes.
And
how do we do that?
That's one example.
Yes, yes. Let me give an example. So we are using the concept called SAS here. SAS is like where we define the variables. Okay, variables means let's say example. This is the theme. This is the theme, primary color, secondary color, and what is the color. So if you want to change the application across every place, I don't need to go for whole application. I will just change in a single place what is the color, green to blue. So whole theme of the application gets changed. It is based on the brand or means the company logo which provides. It will be matched that. So that we have already done. So which will map. So second question about all the images and other parts, the logos. Okay, that also we kept as separate folders where you can using grunt or the gulp task you can write out and replace it. Okay, that is one. And in terms of the database, okay, so we don't want to hold all the database. Companies wants to be secured, all the employee data. Now what happening is some of the tools or the platforms companies we will purchase that. After purchasing, what we will do? Employees will upload. So for example, this month of the salary invoice slips, everything is uploaded. We have to download from there. There is no core the applications where the company can upload it or the employees can download it and which is secured inside our organization. So that was main this.
Yes. Interlinked question. One is defendability.
Yes.
Like when you mention an app, any organization can easily build. These 2 or 3 developers are there. So what is the uniqueness of your application? Second, if there is any pricing that you have already given a thought.
No, in terms of pricing, right? So for an organization, it is more challenging to motivate the people. So when the motivation not done in an organization, obviously employees who are there in organizations, productivity got down. So what our focus is to motivate the employees in organizations, either as a the employee.
I agree, app is needed. I'm
Yes.
asking the dependability in the market. Like if I am an organization of 10,000, I have a lot of development.
Okay.
If the idea occurs to me, I will create that app in a month.
Right.
My entire organization.
Right.
When you create your app, going to tell it that I can white label and then you can. What is the unique application?
Okay. Yeah, I think anybody can build it, but we plan to start it. It's this is what we started. There is nowhere we found this. Yeah.
We have an Instagram separately and a Facebook separately. This is a platform where employee will get a chance. For example, I have a training today. I got it in the morning. So in general, 98% of the people, what they do is they just open up the social media app. Example, WhatsApp or Instagram or Facebook. They start the day with that. So what if I have an app? A company can post and a motivation, a video or a post. Example, there is an opening for AWS certificate. People can come and enroll. First 10 seats, something like that. They're going to pre-announce it via email or via this platform. So it will make a difference to start a day with. That's one of the main end of the day. The app is for a collaboration, for an effective collaboration. The employees within the organization. That's the main intent.
I think it's the idea where you're trying to bring together all the various aspects to an employee engagement or collaboration.
Okay.
But there are apps available already in the market.
Okay.
Or as it said, Teams or Slack and so many other collaborative tools are available.
Right.
Where, as you said, if you have channels.
Right.
So that's not the point, but I'm curious about, you talked about companies are not using certain applications because of the data where they have to, the data is shared or etc. So how are you differentiating that in your application? Let's say company A and B
yes.
are your customers. How do you make sure, again, you are not pulling their confidential data or something important in here?
Yes, actually the data, again I would like to say the hierarchy is like, so the each individual organizations. So when I say organizations, when one of the organization purchase as a product, okay, let's say we will deploy it in the different network. So there is no connection between both the organization. We will not be holding the data. So it is with the inside organization, within organization kind of concept. Not like we are taking all the data and we'll gather in some place or
So
something.
it's not a cloud-based. I mean, I'm not
Okay, let's say we have one server in a Moback.
Say, how do you,
Okay, Moback we have one server. Okay, we will be deploying for Moback, not like where we will be giving a core solution like where we have a cloud and connect all the organizations.
Is that scalable? Let's say you have 10,000 customers.
Okay.
By God's grace.
Okay.
So how would you manage 10,000?
Yes. I would like to answer it as an we have to do like the front end part. Anyway, it's an application, so anybody can do this. But in the back end part, it is for organization level only. So we have to deploy for each organization, not like the multiple organizations together. Main intention not to take the everybody's. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Team E-Buddy. That was quite an interesting presentation. I mean, just adding a few things here. I know we all are running short of time, but then we had something in my previous organization where even I think the speakers are telling me to just stick to the flow. But I'll quickly say what I was going to say. That we have something like this in my previous organization where we basically had like a social media style dashboard where you can see the updates of what what are the things happening in the other departments, and in the same platform you can also apply for your leaves. You can check your salary slips, etc., etc. So I think that can be another add-on if you guys are actually trying to build this in future, the Team eBuddy. So now moving on, let's invite our next team on the stage, near the stage, which is Team Fine Ed. So can we please have them? And yes, can we have our hands together? So, okay, so I think since we are running short of time and it's a Saturday evening, I'm sure all of you must have some plans. So let's stick to the timelines, teams. Every team will get 10 minutes, which is basically 7 minutes of your presentation and 3 minutes for our judges to have any question, answers, etc. So please stick to the timelines, not just you, even the teams which are coming next, which is Team Green Lantern, Hara Hara, Moback Mavericks, Moback Squad, Street Hackers, Debug Squad, Wiz Coders, and Windscreen Vipers. So let's stick to it. Yes, 7 minutes is your presentation, 3 minutes for the question answers. All right, thank you. All the best.
Hello, hello everyone. Before getting into the actual thing, first I would like to know how many of you have personal loans? Okay. How many of you have home loans? Okay. Why did you choose to go with a home loan? Why did you choose to go with a home loan? Why no money? And car loans? Okay, now getting into the topic. How do you read this? Well, can we say fined? But can I say that you're being fined because you're not financially literate? Correct? So the main agenda of this app is to build a platform where middle class people, the more financially stressed population in India, can get a solution. So when we get into the details, we earn around 1 lakh or 2 lakhs every month. And at the end, by the time I reach the end of the month, I'll be left with 30,000, 40,000, 50. Where is the rest of our income going? Into whose pocket? The same bank where you have taken loan. So the agenda again is financial education. Stat says that according to SEBI, 27 to 30% of Indian population are only financially literate. And the rest? We are taught about physics, we are taught about chemistry, history, geography, but why not finances in our school? Just like we are taught about humanity, why can't finances be taught to us? We lost money till now, and we have been losing money. So keeping this in mind, we have come up with a solution called FinEd. According to international reports, I cannot exactly recall the report, but it says that compared to the West, Indians are not well educated in terms of money. We are behind money to earn it, but we are never managing our wealth. Our wealth management is disastrous. So let's take an example. Let's say I have a genie. Genie comes in front of me and I ask, Genie, please help me out in planning my finances. If Genie is so well aware of how to manage my finances, why will it be a genie? Then, in that case, who is going to help that person? It's Fined. So Fined is going to help you all in order to manage and make decisions about your wealth, what to do, how to do, and what not to do. This is the best example of our monthly expenditure and our savings. Expenditure is almost like king of the jungle, but whereas my savings, nowhere. So here, what are we going to do? The first thing is we are going to analyze your bank statements. In the sense, we are not going to pull it without your authorization, of course. We have a placeholder where you need to upload your bank statement, and depending on your expenditure, we are going to calculate how much you're spending on miscellaneous things, how much is going into the actual investments, how much is going against wasteful expenditure, which I can also call interest payments, and then credit card bills, all these things. We are going to analyze each and every detail, and then we are going to say like, see buddy, you're spending around 30 to 40% of your income, which also includes your loans, and your investment is almost next to nothing, and your savings is almost 40 to 50%. Guys, can I ask you some questions again? 1 lakh today, after 3 weeks, what could be the value? Perfect. Why? Exactly. Are we considering that when we are saving? Well, no. Exactly. So Fined will help you in analyzing all these things. Like, let's say you're having 1 lakh today in your account. At this pace, if you're going to save 5 lakhs, after 3 months or 4 months, your 5 lakhs is not going to be 5 lakhs, but it's going to be 4.5 lakhs because of inflation. And thanks to Ukraine war and ongoing recessions. So it might be even less. Then, in the analytical part, we would also be talking about your fuel expenditures, where we would be suggesting cards specific to fuel, where you can get cashbacks on your fuel purchases or fuel expenditure that we call it as. And then your expenditures on Swiggy, like instead of using Swiggy or Zomato, we would suggest ONDC. Start using ONDC because you get supplies at lesser price compared to Swiggy and Zomato. So these kind of suggestions, minor ones, but they can for sure make a difference. And also one more point. How many of you know that your savings beyond 5 lakhs in your bank account is uncertain? God forbidden, if the bank collapses, any amount beyond 5 lakhs, it's gone. So do you still prefer to have that 5 plus extra lakhs in the account, or put it somewhere where it can start putting eggs in your basket? So again, this is what we want to see. Salary by the end of the month. You want to be in this picture or in this picture, where you can happily relax irrespective of the date, time. And here, the question which I asked about the home loan. Do you think that the home that you purchased on top by taking loans, is it an asset or a liability? Till when? And after that, it's a, if it is an apartment, right? So plan. Okay, we talked about loans. Now coming on to the next point. How many of you have got calls from all scheduled banks saying that we have so and so scheme? Start investing like around 1 lakh per year and you'll be getting 50 lakhs after some 15 years. How many of you have received these calls? And how many of you have actually invested? Okay. What does the bank say? You'll be investing 10 lakhs, but after 15 years, you'll be getting 50 lakhs. Sir, it's a very big amount, right? But actually, when you calculate the XIRR, it turns out to be 6 to 6.9%, which is almost equal to the present inflation. So what are you gaining? In that too, your money is getting locked for 15 years. Gone. No emergency fund. Over. So, why is this happening? No financial literacy. Don't be a victim of financial illiteracy. That is the goal. Right? Again, in this particular case, when you have a confusion, who is going to help? Finet. Right? And in case if you are missing it, you are going to be fined. Your money is gone. You'll have to wait for 15 years. And if you really have that financial punctuality, you'll be paying 1 lakh every year. If not, you'll be stopping it in middle, and whatever you have paid, you'll have to surrender it. And the surrender value is less than 50% or 60%. Right? Again gone. Then, so what are we going to do as part of the solution? As you upload a statement or as you upload your scheme, this application, it is going to run a scan. It's going to calculate the XIRR, and depending on the percentage of XIRR, we are going to say whether it's a feasible scheme or not. What else can Finet do? Before going to the next slide, I want to ask you, how many of you are in a plan of purchasing a car? Okay. Do you want to buy a car? Sorry? Okay. Okay. Fine. And how much down payment are you planning, if it is okay to say? Okay, personal loan? Okay, personal loan comes at interest rate of 12 to 14%, and your car loan comes at 8%. And that too, you're taking a loan to invest on a depreciating asset right from day one. Right? So these mistakes even I have done. I did not think because nobody told me. And that is the case with most of us. Nobody told what to do with the money that we are earning. We are just taking loans and paying the banks for no reason. Why do we need to use Amazon Pay Later? Why can't I wait? Why do I need to use Swiggy? Why can't I cook? Simple. Why is India becoming an expenditure economy from savings economy? People say land is an asset, but make sure that it's not becoming a liability. All these kinds of information will be provided through this platform, Finet. So instead of buying a car, take it on lease. If you buy a car, you'll have to pay taxes because it's an asset as an individual. If you're a business house, that's a different case. It's an expenditure for you. So if you can convert your investment into expenditure, your car purchase will help you in reducing the tax. Example, car lease. Most of the big organizations, they are either associated with one or the other car lease program, but employees still go buy it. But now, yes, things are changing in the last 3 years. instead of buying Innova, people are taking Innova on lease, right? So these kind of small hints would be provided through platform. And what is the goal that we want to achieve? See, these are all small hints. Nowhere we have consulted any CA nor CFPs. This is something that we did research day and night, previous experiences, and then we bought this. What if we really got suggestions from CFPs and CA? So this platform end goal is to create such a platform where I can have list of CFPs who can help me in analyze my financial situation and help me build a wealthy or a healthy wealth, right? And the other thing is, people say health is wealth. But my point is, if your wealth is not healthy, how can you be healthy? Stress, financial stress, money lending apps, take loan, and then get bombarded with calls and messages. It's better to avoid all these things just by a small step that is being taken today. Save and reduce expenditure wherever it is possible. I know this is going to have a bigger impact, like if this really goes into the market, it's going to have a kind of impact, but we cannot lay our lives for growth of some other person, because I cannot lose my money to make the banks run or to pay somebody else. Simple. And here, like I said, they say health is wealth. But what if wealth is not healthy? Think. Now we'll have the actual demo of the app that we intend to do. This is actually a very small app called Fined. So the first use case that we are going to show is how my application is going to analyze the bank statement that I'm going to upload. And in the whole process, we are nowhere going to store any kind of information that is being uploaded. We are just going to analyze, give the output, that's it. So now what happened is, when we uploaded a particular bank statement, it is going to say my total, this particular monthly income is like 3.5 lakh, but his monthly expenditure is almost 1.8 lakh, which is way beyond 50%, which is a outright red mark. Spending more than 50% of your income, that's disastrous, dangerous. And in that case, we are also going to calculate what is the monthly investment. If your monthly investment is less than 10%, guys, just think. Please make your investments a bit more aggressive, right? And also here we are also taking into account the age factor, because 21 to 30 people can invest in certain kind of sectors. Beyond that, it's going to be less, and 40 to 50 in a certain kind of sectors, and from 50 to 60, one kind of sector. For example, government bonds, right? So it is going to calculate month-wise, and then it is going to say like how much you are spending and how much is your how much is your expenditure, how much is your savings, that is your corpus fund at that point of time, and how much you are investing. And the second one, like I said, don't fall for schemes. This is another example. So we are selecting like who the person is, because depending on the gender, the suggestions would also change. So when we uploaded this is a real-time case, but I don't want to tell the name. This is a real-time case where they ask you to invest 1 lakh for 10 years, every year 1 lakh, and then they say you'll be getting some 40 lakhs, but the actual interest that you're going to get is 6.9% after 15 years. when you're getting 7 or more than 7%, why do you need to get satisfied with 6.9%? When you look at certain banks, due to liquidity crunch in the market, banks are offering 7.5 on FTs for 2 to 3 years. Which one is better? 15 years or 3 years? This is in case of male. Let's see what is going to happen in case of female. Yeah. Again, this is again a reality where we are getting XIRR of 5%, 5.6, which is way less than the inflation rate. So it's an outright no. Don't invest in these kind of schemes. Now, what is XIRR? Well, Google helps you out. Now, coming on to the third one, car purchase. What we have done is, instead of buying a car, lease a car. It's going to benefit you. You can cut down your taxes. You are going to own it. The car registration will be on your name, but you don't need to maintain it. You don't need to pay the insurance. You drive it. You drive 15,000 kilometers for next 5 years. I mean, 15,000 every year, right? So let's say, let's take the example of one of the most 5-star rated cars, Skoda Kushaq. If I'm going to buy this car today with 6 lakhs down payment and taking 10 lakhs loan, I'll be ending up spending around 22 to 21 lakhs with car loan, including car loan. Instead of that, if I go for a lease with one of the leading car leasing agency, I would be getting this car for around 43,000 per month. But this 43,000 is eligible for tax benefits. So make your wealth healthy. That is the tagline. And yes, if you're not financially educated, you'll be fined, or else it's up to you. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
So while a lot of education is there, in terms of the platform, we couldn't understand much. But as a few thought process, have you thought about the languages it can support and how it can be in a common language for like IT professionals and also for even students, right? You did talk about physics, chemistry, and many others, like how it can be for students as well. These are all missing points. If you have an answer, you can answer, but I'm just parking the process.
Yeah. Corporate, I can say. Not just IT, but rather I would say sales and all other people. But our focus is mostly on the money earning, salaried people, individuals as well, self-employed.
Sorry, 2 questions. I think education is good. I think, but again, I have 2 things. One, does the application do anything at all, or are you just showing the concept here? Number 1. 2, you have so many applications available today, like ET Money, Grow, and I can tell you maybe 100 applications which are in the market and million Insta videos. Meaning, if you like one, probably everybody talks about, should I buy a car, should I lease a car, should I buy a home, should I rent a home, etc., etc. So what is the differentiator in your case?
Actually,
first one is it an application, or you are just showing me static pages?
No, this is actually going to be an application.
Now it's just a concept.
It's a concept where we are analyzing bank statement for a use case scenario. But in the actual idea is to build an application in such a way that first, we would be giving suggestions to the user, the application user, and second, we would be giving a platform where they can reach out to CFPs, certified financial planners. So That is the end goal where we can get CFPs and the users, actual users, onto the same platform, and then we can start uh, generating income out of it as well, because we are giving a B2C kind of business. Plus, the other advantage is once the CFPs are very well exposed, they can be called to the IT organizations to give some kind of information about wealth management, right? So this app can also help in arranging those kind of meetings or those kind of sessions at a higher level. Now coming on to the second one, Insta. How to trust.
I talked about ET Money and Grow.
Yes, ET Money, it's an investment app.
I just gave an example, but
Yeah.
there are similar applications.
Yeah, so ET Money is an investment app because I'm a big fan of ET Money app. I use Angel Broking. I use Motilal Oswal. So those are more into share market investments, but this is more into wealth management. It's going to talk about how you can reduce your expenditure and other things. We are not going to talk about where you should invest. ET Money, it tells us what my portfolio should be and where I should invest. Grow is also more or less the same. It's going to talk about stock market, mutual funds, SIP, SWP, but not about how to reduce my expenditure. ET Money also does the same thing. It talks about investment, but not about savings. It doesn't talk about cutting down the interest rates or how can I avoid taking a loan. Yep. Correct. Correct. But again, they are talking about investments most of the time. Yes.
Okay, let me, sorry, just to, let me ask the question in a different way.
Okay, sure.
Are you saying there are no other applications or no other platforms which provide this similar information or similar to what you are doing?
On the investment side, yes, we have many.
Whatever you are doing, are you saying unique?
The homework that I did, I couldn't find any app because I went through different apps. There were apps which helps you in controlling the money spent by your household, like how much you can give to your children and how much you can give to your non-working parents. But nowhere it talks about how you can cut down the like how you can prevent yourself from taking loans. How you can plan well. Of course, in ET Money we have an option where if I want to invest, it is going to ask me what is the end goal that I want to achieve, whether I want to buy a house or go on a trip. And depending on that, it is going to say invest for 8 years at the rate of 25,000 and leave it. And after 8 years, you'll be getting a 20% of your 20% profit on your investment, 20% CAGR on your investment.
Thank you.
I think, yeah, that would be all. Thank you so much, team. Thank you. It was very informative. Next is the team Green Lantern. So let's give a big round of applause for Green Lantern. And yes, I know you will hate me for this, but we'll now have a stopwatch on, okay, where you will have exactly 7 minutes. Very good, very good. See, let's give a big round of applause for him. He already came with a stopwatch. So yeah, this is what we should do because we should respect everyone's time. We have many more teams coming up, so let's not be greedy of sorts, and let's be generous in terms of timing as well. So now over to Team Green Lantern.
Hi everyone. Am I audible in the back? Cool. So first of all, I would like to make a disclaimer. Few of the images that we have used are used from different platforms. So no copyright violation is intended here. And so far we have talked about money, we talked about health, we've talked about helping our other fellow colleagues. Let's talk about something about environment. So So our team name is Green Lantern, and we are trying to talk about more about pollution, how it affects, how we can change the approach towards it. Introduce, as of today, we are increasing pollution based on usage of more and more fossil fuels, emissions through all sorts of vehicles, and if for the argument's sake, if we talk about EVs, not emit anything, but we have pollution from them also. Main goal is to reduce or predict the CO2 emission in a way that later on we can try and reduce how it looks. Let's do a reality check. We all love our cars, we all love our bikes. We are not going to stop using them. The approach different here is we want to educate people to use their vehicles better. So the argument I give here is that, okay, you want to ride a bike, you want to go in car, go ahead, will emit something. But at the end of the day, if a person who is more of an environmentalist comes and tell you, don't use car, I personally, but at the end, later if I say is that if you drive your car in this way, if you keep your car healthy, you take care of your car, that will have less CO2 emission. That way I would probably listen to him because that's my vehicle, I have spent for that. I love that car, maybe because of money, whatever reasons. But I would prefer to look at my car's health. So that is the approach that we are trying to take. We have our problem statement. These are all the things that I refer to have severe effects on environment, human health. What is the problem? We have all the pollution problems here, but we are not looking at it. Some environmentalists look at it in a different way, but the approach, due to massive consumption of fossil fuels, it is not going anywhere. So as of now, a lot of countries, people are doing similar researches, they are working on it, but they are working on a different, they work towards the production side. How the product, how they can make more efficient vehicles which will have less emission. But if I use a same vehicle bad way, let's say I use car on a higher RPM, I do rash driving, I'm going off-roading, it will have higher carbon dioxide. That will not go anywhere. In India, we are very far from using anything other than fossil. We used a data set of roughly around 3,000 plus rows, had some 13 features which had features of the car, and it also had some numerical numbers like your fuel consumption, your mileage, all those. Based on that, we have come up with an algorithm which gives, using that algorithm, 95% plus accuracy based on the random forest regression is the one that we have used. We compared with other ones like SVM, decision tree. Accuracy rate of that was a little low, not much, but marginally low. As per this, we 5.68%. And as and when we go ahead and use the data, as and when are increasing the data set, the accuracy will increase. As we all know, larger the data sample, data finally gives us output. Algorithm gives on the carbon dioxide emission based on the vehicle usage. We have categorized it in under 150 grams per kilometer, 150 grams per kilometer, good condition, the PUC certificate that we get from the government. We are getting that, then it is in a good condition. The normal average that we get is that is the normal city usage set of emission. is satisfactory, but it can, because 150 to 200 is in good condition. Above that is something that can be managed by better driving skills. Our, our algorithm can give the suggestion that, okay, you should reduce the RPM, reduce your frequent gear shift, those kind of suggestions we are planning to give, and anything more that, and that could be because of either the person totally not taking care of his car, or there is some now still not audible. Sorry. So that's okay. So above 251, it is bad condition, and we have to take care of our car. We can. It could be a bad exhaust. It could be a problem with some cylinder, or it could be a piston. Whatever. The emissions would be more, and we should take the car to the service center, because the government standards that we see in the PUC, there is a huge gap. So if I give the exact numbers in my car's PUC, it shows 300, as in whole number 300 as the upper limit, whereas the readings are 0.002. So there is a huge gap on that. Whereas these numbers that we have in the data are the actual figures that emission test would show. So based on that, we have done these study. So main feature, as I said, it can lower the emissions, driving style, vehicle health, manufacture. So these 2 points I really like about this, because once we have this algorithm, we can, right now we get features like your mileage, your trip meter, your speedometer, all this detail is there. But based on those also, we do not get the live emission. But the algorithm can do that for you. So once we have that, maybe the manufacturers can come up with one more feature over there showing that, okay, you are driving fast, you should lower your speed so that the carbon emission is low. Similarly, there are way too many data loggers in the market. They also do not show this piece of information as of now. It can be an additional feature to those data loggers, or we can always develop a new device and have that feature there. That's pretty much it. Well, Puneet, Radhika, and Anu is not available here, sorry. Questions?
Yeah, we'll
Collect the data. How you will collect the data? It's like manually enter in your app and then.
I collect the data center, have a body there.
Collect the data, there are two ways that we have thought of. One, this is the data set that we have used, and most of this information is available with anybody and everybody who has a registration certificate, or that would be like entering it manually. Or there is a way when you you can download the PUC certificate that can be scanned and fetched from the PUC online version of PUC certificate directly from there.
How will you make business? And I like the idea you giving to manufacturer as such to install, like by default as an integrator, your revenue.
I have not thought about it. I will be honest with that. Any other questions?
I'm very emotional to share this, but we've completed this presentation in less than 10 minutes. So thank you so much, team Green Lantern. You guys are definitely the saviors of the nature and the environment. Okay, so coming up next, the team is already here, Team Hara Hara. Congratulations to them, and all the best to them as they are present.
So if you take, for example, more of online work from home going on, and it is a big hassle for companies to onboard employees remotely. It is also equally a challenging part for an employee to upload documents, to understand what exactly is the company culture and what is his roles, responsibilities, what are the trainings that one has to go through. So we have come up with a kind of solution which would enable smooth transition for both HR at the back end, where he will be able to have a comprehensive outlook of what exactly is happening in terms of employee onboarding. At the same time, he will be able to manage whole lot of employees at one go. He will be able to understand the status, and moreover, for employee, he will be able to quickly onboard, get to know things much quicker, understand the company culture, understand his roles, responsibilities in much more less Confucius way, right? So the objective is to come up with a solution which would address both the problems at the same time, right? And well, the platform that we have built in, it has two modules. It has a candidate module where candidate will be able to understand, he will be able to do all the profiling himself. He will be able to upload documents. He will be able to generate digital signature, and he will have a comprehensive outlook of what the trainings and skills that he has to have in order to get prepared for the job. And moreover, he will be able to get to understand the benefits that the company has, and moreover about the company culture. Well, from admin point of view, for someone who is a HR kind of role, he will be able to manage the candidate enrollment. I'm talking about, for example, hiring tens and hundreds of people at the same time. And he will be able to manage profile with much more efficiency, and he will have candidate checklists like which employee got rejected, which employee was able to go through next level, so that he can schedule those meetings with much more accuracy. And then offer letter generation. So for example, if someone has got selected and there is a lot of gap between a candidate getting selected and an offer letter being released, and that is the time gap that we have to address, wherein he doesn't go to next company and get hired there. So that is the gap that we want to reduce. So offer letter generation and admin and HR approvals. Say for example, if I have to raise, after getting selected, if I have to raise a request for a laptop or any other infra, data card, I'll be able to straight away raise from this particular portal. And not only that, the hiring status tracking, this is something which we want to build upon, so that it is a next level of feature in terms of scalability. And notification, say for example, someone is yet to complete a training and his timeline is going to end. He will be able to get, HR will be able to get a notification that particular employee is not able to, he hasn't completed a training and he has to complete that within stipulated time. So these are the advantages that we have put in for admin and those for candidate. And to sum it up, the vision is to build a platform to handle large candidate hiring remotely, and make onboarding experience much better, and come up with analytics data. And again, this is one part which we want to build upon, so that I will be able to, as a HR, I should be able to understand how much of freshers are required for a particular team, and how much of experienced candidates are required for the team, and how much of budget I do have, how much I can spend. All this is something that we want to build upon, and a lot of back-end automated tasks can come into handy. Say for example, I can implement an instance here, and I can keep storing all my documents that I've got from candidates, and also for processing in digital format. And making admin and HR workflow much more manageable, much more with less hassleness, and the transition should happen much more swiftly. And we also want to integrate chat support going forward. And again, this is it's something like where one size doesn't fit all companies. So this particular platform that we have built, it is actually a homegrown one-stop solution for both HR as well as candidate to have less of confusion, more of transition. This is what it is. And coming to the demo part, I will first showcase the admin part. Well, I was speaking about the analytics part to understand how much of of, of, of experienced candidates I have selected, or how much of freshers I have selected, then how much of male, female, and this very well shows the experience level of how much is required for a particular budget. So these kind of analytics can be drawn from this, and moreover, I can very well go ahead and view each employee, and I can go ahead and see whether they have accepted the offer, rejected the offer, or whether they are not going to the next round or not. Likewise, I will also be able to submit review from each round. So the expectation is that if I have to go back probably 1 month before to see a particular candidate where he was not able to, he was not get selected, I can very well go ahead and get that. And moreover, if I have to give a feedback to employee, I can very well go ahead and let him know which round he was not able to clear. And second thing is profile management, where I can go ahead and do all the profiling in terms of each resource. And you can click on this. Yes. And this is one thing where every candidate would be able to see what is his progress. Say, first of all, he will have to input all his details, then he will have to go ahead and do all the submission, and he has to take up all the trainings. So this gives him a kind of holistic view of what his progress is and how he is progressing over a period of time. And this is for the admin again, where I will be able to see all the resources whom I have selected, and I'll be able to check mark for better profile management. At the same time, I'll be able to send offer, I'll be able to send welcome email, and I will be able to schedule an interview. And this is for employee to upload the document, right? So I can go ahead and upload resume, and I'll be able to get these details. And this is again to go ahead and see this. I'll be getting that in this particular format. And I'll be able to visualize what exactly are his skills and what are his previous companies, previous skills, what is his experience, everything. And here, I will be able to go through the documents. I'll be able to accept the document or reject the document. In case if I have to scrutinize, if I have to go through documents in detail, this is very much integrated with, say, for example, if background checks has to be done. And if it is not in line with the report that I get, I'll be able to go ahead and straight away accept or reject, so that it goes to the next phase. And this is one thing. This is like where, in case if I know that a particular resource is selected in all the rounds, if I have to go ahead and release an offer, I'll be able to go ahead and release the offer right away, download it and release it. And going to the candidate, this is the notification where I said, in case if I have to understand a particular resource who has not completed training or who was not able to submit the documents within stipulated time, I'll be getting notification and I'll be informing him accordingly. And let me go to the candidate section. And this is actually, it can be a Gmail. It is not an SSO based. It can be Gmail. OTP will be going to the candidate and he'll be putting his OTP. So this is for candidate to understand what is his application status, and this is to generate the digital signature that he has to input in all the documents. And these are the trainings that he has to complete, and once he is done with the trainings, I think he will be moving to the next round. And here I have tried to put across all the benefits that Moback or any company, as a matter of fact, it is providing to the employee. So he will be able to go through this, understand this, and get a clearer picture. And to understand the company, so one has to know who is what in the company. So this particular tab gives the leadership hierarchy, as well as and also to understand the company culture. We do have certain CSR programs included, and just for a new employee, he has to understand what and all the company is engaged, so that he will have a better clarity on the company. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
I have a few questions. Onboarding has been always this way. How it is different? Our first line of the statement is, we are in remote world, so we are building. Onboarding has been always. Second question is, we build this product for onboarding, but we talk about hiring, talk about application tracking, we talk about analytics about what would be my requirement. Those are not based on onboarding data. For example, I have 10 jobs opening, I have to fill 10, but I could hire only 2. That doesn't mean that the next quarter will be still based on what is build an analytics. How many requirements that analytics on many people? Literally, there is module. How it is supporting
remote culture. Thank you very much. See, the thing that we want to provide solution here, whenever you get recruited whenever there is an onboarding procedure happening, as an employee, I want to know more about the company, right? And as a HR, he would want an employee to submit those documents, undergo trainings, and his job is to get the things done. My job is to get more about the company. So this solution will do both the things at the same time. Because as I go through each tabs there, I'll be able to understand more about the company. And as at the same time, as I go through each tab, I'm also completing the thing that has to be done, which HR asked me to do. So it is a kind of one solution where I'm going to get both the things at the same time. So I'm very much prepared to understand, or I'm very much well informed by this particular solution about the company, rather than asking someone or asking HR, because this very well shows me what it is. Say for example, if someone wants to know about Moback, and if I am asking him to go through these things, he'll be able to understand very much regarding the benefits. At the same time, he'll be able to understand about the leadership team, about the company culture. There no need to give any introduction. I mean, the induction happens after we go ahead and do all these things. So he is very much informed about what are company's core values, what is company culture, and what it takes to be into Moback.
If you look at quite a few again apps, right? Like Keka, have you heard of Keka? I mean, it's one of the popular HR apps. So again, as the question earlier, right? I think this is covering benefits, trainings, onboarding. I think it's covering a lot of area, right? It's almost like, I think maybe the name is a little misleading, that it's only onboarding. So, I mean, have you thought of making this like a app for the employee management or employee engagement rather, right from onboarding to everything, right? Training and then subsequently, the relationship with the employee.
Something which is in mind is through you. Yes, in fact, the next steps is to have some kind of a social platform or social engagement, and the other thing is kind of more collaborative or interactive kind of framework. The thing is, see, for example, if someone gets employed here, let him put his success story, let him put his onboarding story, so that probably new employee is going to join, he'll be able to go through what was others' experience going through this particular solution.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much, team. Let's give a big round of applause to them.
Thank you.
I think this was the only team that was actually thoughtful about their name, and that's the reason why they also are wearing green. Team's name is Hara Hara, and they're also wearing Hara. So yeah, excuse my lame joke. Thank you so much, team. And now it's time for us to welcome the next team, which is the Moback Mavericks. So can we? Oh, they were Moback Mavericks. Okay. All right, I'm tripping. Okay, so the next team in that case is Moback Squad, right? Are they here? All right. So after this, let's take a break. I think we all need it, me especially. So after this one, we'll have a 5-minute break. So we know the drill. We have 10 minutes for the presentation as well as the question answers. So the teams can use the mic. They can set up their laptop. So by far, are you all having fun? Are you learning something interesting and new? Yes? Yes or no? Very good. Very good. Very good. Okay. So over to you guys. All the best.
Hi everyone, good evening. I know we are running late. We won't take much time. So our team is Moback Squad. What we are doing here in our, whenever an employee or anybody, they wanted to improve their knowledge. How to improve the knowledge? When it comes to a knowledge, what we all think about? Something called book. Okay, book means what it comes into our mind. It's a physical papered, enrolled book, written something, and we are spending time with that. Why we want physical book? So what we are solving here is, we wanted to reduce the digital devices, and also there is a saying, or there is some kind of, these things are telling, right? Instead of listening to that one, instead of that one, when you have your hand, eye contact, and then your mind is reading something, that will be there in your mind for long time instead of learning. So we wanted to make people to read the books, but here again, it's not so easy for everybody to go and get books from the library. Otherwise, it's not so easy to buy for one time use of the book. So, and also nowadays it's something like, okay, I have only one shelf to save my books. Where can I store my books? Again, a question. where can I give my existing books? I can't throw those things because I know the value of books. So what I need to do? Okay, let me give my books to somebody who is in need and let me get book which I am looking for. So here we are come up with book sharing. It's not a swap and it's something like book sharing. Here, this is an application where you can register and you can search and you can give your books like information. Okay, I have these and all books listed, and then you can say like if anybody comes into the application and if they wanted to take that one, they wanted to read, they can request, and the lender, he can give that book, and then the person can read it and then he can give it back to the person. And also, we want to use or utilize this app specifically between the children and also to the children. Nowadays, children are also so much used to with the digital devices. They are also reading the books in the mobile or Kindle, all those things. So here, something like learning is also lacking and also communication skills are lacking. They are not in a position to share the culture, like sharing people, kids, everybody knows that sharing is a caring. There is a saying, right? So we wanted to introduce that also. It's not like everything they buy, they keep, they read, or they can enjoy. It's something like they wanted to, we are encouraging them to share the same thing with everybody else also. So here we are doing that one. We wanted to encourage kids to read the books, physical books, so that they can read, they can keep those things in their mind, they can, they can keep it for a long time. It's not like, okay, they read and they'll forget it. It's not something like that. Have implemented few features. It's not complete application right now. It's just a simple application where the person registers and he can register his books, whatever he wanted to lend it. And the person who is in need of reading those things, he can take it out. I wanted to show a demo.
On visiting our web. And just don't want to sign into the website. Finds any which he wants, and also along with that, an admin can create an invite the user and he directly group wants to offer. The product.
So here we wanted to enhance the same application that can be like based on the GPS. Like it's not so easy, right? Sitting in Bangalore and I'm requesting a book which is in Andhra, it's not at all possible. So if I am requesting for a book, depends on the GPS location, it will suggest me. Okay, boss, in Bangalore, to nearest to your address, this person is having. But here another thing is that person who is a lender, he has to register his book in the application. That is there. And another one is we are not actually selling the book, but here I don't need those things ahead. So I wanted to give that one as a donation or who is in need. At that time, if he already requested, then we are giving this book. After that, it's something like here again, it's not mandatory. If I am giving a book which is valuable for me, the person who took it can be, he may tear that one or something. So here we are giving a option to rate the user also. So depends on that. If the person, he repeatedly damaging the book, then there can be something like giving less rating, otherwise blocking the person to rent it out. And here, if the person who is lending the book, he feels that this book is very important and I can't give this one. So instead of, in that scenario, he wanted to secure some amount. He wanted to, that right now it is not there. Here we can future in, and valid points. And also here we are planning to have something like, I read a book which is 1,000 rupees outside. I'm not in a position to buy that one, but I wanted to contribute like 10 rupees or 100 rupees for that one. So here what we are doing is, he can donate into this application, and once we collect some amount, we wanted to buy next book. Next book means whoever wishlisted and who is not having that in the list. So it got more requests. In that scenario, we are going to spend that amount and we are going to buy that one and keep it in this library. Then here another question, who will keep that book? The person who raised a first request or who took that one. For example, I bought in Bangalore, but the person who requested in Andhra, I can't give it. So first person will be the person who stayed in Bangalore. He will get the chance to read that one and he can keep. Once the other person comes, then the book rotation can happen. So another thing, in this application, we've also wanted to help the students who are studying in rural areas. It's not so easy, right? Nowadays, even the physical libraries are not available in many places. So we wanted to make this an app, and we wanted to make it something like be using between the students also to get books distributed among them. Thank you. Any questions? Yeah, again, here we are not encouraging the digital devices. Here we are planning, it's something like a physical book. And also compared to e-books, when a person is reading a physical book, it gives more, almost like 20% knowledge or 20% concentration to the human. Again, here lecturer has given the statement, he answers all those things. But where is the student wants to read, right? Just by listening, he won't remember all the things. Again, he wanted to his R&D, like, okay, what is this means? For that, he need a book. Instead of going to the digital devices, we are making them to read in a physical format. Exactly. Why these days kids are more, hyper, all those things? Because they are into the screens. Screens are so responsive. It will be like tuck, tuck, tuck. But when the kid starts reading a book, it makes the kid sit, listen, learn things very quietly. revenue kind of thing, when it comes, first let me answer about the revenue. So once the publishers comes, once the users are in, obviously, for example, in next month, some book is going to published by Chetan Bhagat or something. If already wishlist happened, then we have some money or something. Then there can be an advertisement from Chetan Bhagat or somebody else. Otherwise, if they wanted to have some publications, we can do this one, because lot of users means obviously ads or publications will be there. So that wise. And when it comes to storage, we are not planning to have any library here. Instead of that one, the book will be there with one particular person. Instead of keeping a shelf filled with books, having a book which is useful, it's like a, it's not like, okay, why should I keep full book? But let me have one book and save with me. That is also enough, right? Instead of having into zero. Any questions, please?
Commercialization part you already answered. Just one question. You mentioned like if the like whenever I lend a book to someone else, if the person is steering, etc. I can rate him accordingly. How you will come to know that whether the person
This rating is happening from the lender. Once you took the book, you return that one, it's my responsibility to rate the person. If 3 lenders are telling this user is not giving the book in a proper way, then obviously the block list will be there.
how will you manage the logistic aspect? Like for example, the community you give, you already mentioned the concept, but like still even within Bangalore from here to Jayanagar, if I need to give, some logistics has to happen. Like how you
That is between the person to person. He can book a porter or Swiggy, whatever it might be.
and
Yeah.
your commercial aspect is majorly from the advertisement, or is that
Yes,
your thought process?
but actually this one we wanted to help the students who are there in the rural area, or the person who is very much interested to read something new. He's not going ahead because I'm not having the book, or I'm not having a source. We don't want to make the person limit there itself because of these reasons.
Have you checked any other app at all?
Uh, yeah, few are there, but not in this kind of thing. It's something like a swap, otherwise between known people. It's not about the known people, it's between anybody else.
There is one company called FROB, FROB. Purpose wise, it's good.
Thank you. Yeah, please. No, that money will be added into this one. Either the, what we are thinking is the area-wise admin will be there. So who is going to buy the books? Something like that.
Want a book? A.
Hmm.
I will add 10 rupees when I start. Has to add money.
Company's wallet.
And when you buy a book, whom do you?
The first person who requested. Any questions? Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much, team. Okay, I think it's time for us to take a short break. And we have just 5 minutes for it. It's exactly 8:15 on my watch. So we'll be back by 8:20. So please be mindful, utilize these 5 minutes well. Your time starts now.
Hello.
Check, check, check. Yes, teams, another 1 minute remaining now for us to start. Requesting all of you to kindly take your seats, or if at all you're having anything, make it quick. Okay, here we go. Everyone, come back to your senses. Come back to your respective seats. Let's start off. Yes, all the members of Moback, can I please have you back here? Arey wow, that rhymed. All right, I'll count till 10. If you're ready or not, we'll start any which ways. 10. The ones who are here with me, please join me. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, judges are here. Okay, we are expecting one more judge. All right, so this team's name is Team Street Hackers. And you guys know the drill. You will have 10 minutes to wind it up. So please try to stick to the timelines. And shall we start? Can I ask the judges, or shall we wait for a few minutes? Okay, okay. So after the remaining presentations, it's going to be very, very simple. We'll have our judges. They will share their opinion as to how they like the presentations and which amongst you all is going to go take home the title. And uske baad we'll have the award ceremony and then we'll have the dinner. So I think, yeah, all the judges are here, audience is here, the presenters are here as well. So let's start.
Thank you everyone for being here, and so I won't take that much time. I will quickly jump into the application, and I'll try to finish it 10 minutes. And our application is virtual education system. A virtual education system. Our team name is Street Hacker, where we all are freshers except Naveen, and who guided us throughout the journey. And here it is. So why we need virtual education? So basically, we have education system overall everywhere, but the main problem we are facing is the physically able child. So they are not able to go to the schools because of some fear of being bullied or something else. Maybe they are not thinking they are perfect to go to school or having the much needed education. So we are coming up with the online education system where we can them as well for not only the physically able child, we can everyone in that module. Here we have 4 modules. One is super admin, another is school, another student, and one is teacher. This is our application where we have school sign up, student sign up, teacher sign up, and there is a login. We already sign up. We won't take that much time. We'll directly jump into the login. Can you please go? First of all, as a school will log in. basically our dashboard is not working currently. Our future aspect, work on it. The profile what we have created for the school. Then we have the teacher module for that school. We can add teachers, we can add students. Then there is a class where we can add the classes that we are available in that school. Then there is subjects, which subjects are available in that particular school, and there will be a timetable where you can see that where you have all the classes that are present on that time, that day. So now we'll how it will work. So we have integrated big blue button where that to something like Zoom or Google that we have currently, but it's a free version. Here you just need set up in Ubuntu and almost get all the features that we have in that Zoom and or we create build have one teacher that school and who are the that subjects are available and the timetable. Here we can live that day. Actually, now we do have the feature of live sorry notification that 5 minutes like that, but we have that one. But we'll figure out that one. Directly go to live, and other system have login with can see all the that had joined account. Directly connect chat, webcam, audio, or emojis, and he can share his screen. That whiteboard can also a whiteboard completely free of cost. We are using MVC as well as for the database person only we need some money, but apart from that it will completely. And also here we are integrating blue button, which is also open is free of cost. So we are planning that and the child who are free of cost. That's our main mode.
I don't have a question, but I really like the idea. I'm not sure whether virtual education is a solution for a bullying, but I'm certainly know that there are kids who needs virtual education when they are physically. A safe space for normal kid is not a safe space. Idea is good. You guys can work on that. And the other aspect is you guys are fresher, right? That's kudos to you guys. I mean, first of all, to come on the stage, present the hackathon idea. And much appreciated. Too early. You all the best.
Yeah, I think again very well done. I think even the implementation seems to be fairly, I mean, at least a lot more level of detail than what we saw. So you said it has to be free, right? So what is then how do you plan to, really sustain this?
How the NGO is making money, we are planning to do the same thing.
Donations or
donation type of
grants, so
thing,
it will be like a non-profit.
Non or non. We can make advertisement.
Okay, okay. What is the technology stack you have used? I think other
So
than
it's completely MVC. .NET
.NET MVC. Okay, got it. Okay, thank you.
I need to second that. Being freshers, I think it takes a lot of courage to stand and talk to people. And congratulations again. And you have made it work. That's the most important thing. It was something. Again, keep up the good work and really.
We want to thank Naveen Singh because throughout the journey he guided.
Judges already shared the opinion. I would say both on the business side as well as on the purpose side, this idea really stands well. Once again, while you have a good thought that it can be completely free, even if you wanted to make it commercial, it has a lot of potential. Because both on the private sector and public sector, the kind of dashboard where they can completely track the students and teachers and even the trainers who goes to the, like especially the private sector, the trainers who go to the school and give trainings, how to maintain the track payments, etc. There are a lot of room to improve on that idea.
We have that future aspect, so we also thought of that one, that we'll work on that dashboard widgets, notification, online examination, university education centers and coaching centers, online library. If we have the that classes taken by the teacher, we can upload that one and they can refer later. So that will be a online library. Also, we will try to get the payment and.
Just one more, I mean, few thought process rather than a question. Just you need to think like how this particular tool can work in the government ecosystem, especially government schools. If in government schools it can work, private sector adaptability will be automatically happen. But you can have two versions also. Like with less feature, it can go with no cost or like less cost to government sector, and with more future, it can go to private sector. A lot of schools not using this. They have a different tools per year. I mean, every year they rely on the notification boards even when the school starts. What is the next exam fee that I need to give, etc. A lot of schools have 2-3 applications. If it is planned well, and it's really a great idea. Thank you.
Thanks.
Definitely one question. I think just have you done any research on existing platforms? I mean, there are quite a few open source e-learning platforms for schools and.
Yes, we had gone through all the applications which are available in the market, but right now no one is thinking about the physically able child. Also, where they have gone through, there is a virtual school system management where they are providing all the teachers details, everything, but there is plus live no live session.
The live thing is the differentiator.
There is a their course existing student that's will
Got it.
no one is fighting the teaching, public teaching, or other is only dependent on the school. So Byju's is doing like private teaching, management. They are integrating with the school. Here we have the both.
Got it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just in the interest of the idea only, one is the data privacy that you need to play role if you further develop, and second, basically how many features that you build. You need not to crowd your product with multiple features. Clearly filter or prioritize your feature in different like free version, paid versions, plus as a value add service. Only then it can start. Otherwise, it will become product in the market.
Different stability comes in different needs. Accessibility itself a topic. The accessibility.
We are planning like a dumb person talk or not. Like to invite such teachers. Other person line talk invite them that way they need.
Yes, thank you so much, Team Street Hackers. And now it's time for us to invite the next team, which is the Debug Squad. They're already here. Please, you can be ready with your setup.
Hello. Hello, good evening, everyone. Welcome to MOHACK 2023. Yeah, it's a very nice evening to have everyone at one place in the hackathon to see. Okay, so today we are the team of the Debug Squad. We have built a small app called Our Hood app. And before we dive into this, I would like to ask a few questions, not many, probably 3 questions to the crowd. Then we will understand what is the need of building this app or why it has come into this point here. So first question is like, how many of you people are getting newspapers to your home? Could anyone please raise a hand? Yeah, I see some. And how many of you people are reading the newspapers, I mean, who are interested in reading the main edition and the subdivision paper? So very less now. Yeah, second question, sorry, that is one. And the third question is like, how many of people are going to the pamphlets which they are adding in the subdivision papers? You read that? That's good. Yes, so I see very less fans. So here, this is what I wanted to bring out the main information here. So Aditya, can you go to the next pain points? So here are some of the pain points that which we mentioned. Like today there is a lot of information available on the internet as well as on the newspapers, but there is no such relevant information or necessary information is available on the community side, like a neighborhood area or any particular region or any area. Like such as, for example, let's take any sectors like automobile sector or any stores which are available or local SMEs like small, medium enterprises which are staying in your neighborhood. They couldn't able to, we couldn't able to find that neighborhood area or something which is related. At the same time, like nowadays it's becoming more problem like for buying any physical product or something, it's becoming an expensive thing. Like you have to step out and you have to make so many of calls and you have to go through the physically, you have to visit and you have to make inquiry just for the information to be known, like for such a product or something. So, and also after going through all of this, we are still having lot of spam calls or lot of unnecessary information which are being coming to our mobiles or to all the emails. So to overcome this, we have come up with a concept called Our Hood, which will try to solve some of the solutions and also which will try to generate the businesses for our all the sectors, multiple sectors as well as the local SMEs. So our teammate Nandita would be explaining you about how some of the solutions and some of the impacts in this Our Hood app.
Thank you, Teja. Yeah, we couple of pain points what in our day-to-day which we are facing. So let me come first from well-established sector. Like he discussed about automobile industry. We literally did a survey. We literally called people and we did all our research before getting this point. So Suzuki Jimny has launched a new model. I mean, Suzuki has launched a new model called Jimny. So I went to internet, I searched with that model, I went to their website, the model was there, and I went to their Instagram page, was telling that it has been, and I went to their Facebook, that it was launched in metro cities, and it is launched in Goa, it is launched in Bangalore. Then I called, I got to know that there are like 15 to 20 plus verified Suzuki dealers in Bangalore. So, and how will I get to know in which particular branch that model is available? So first point, and that model is available, but it is not available for test driving. Second point. So now by using this app, first sector, like how we gonna get the information in this? If I'm part of HSR, I'm a resident of HSR, and that model has been present in HSR branch. Using this app, I'll get a notification that this model has been launched from Suzuki, and I'll get a notification. This app will help me to get the relevant information related to my loan. Second one, that model is available, but okay, I'm not part of HSR now, I'm outside the HSR now. So how will I get to know? If I search with this model, I'll get to know in which two branches available. That is on with resident and without resident, get the information. And so this is like how we deal with the well-established sector. So how we can connect the information from main branch to how it is being communicated with sub branch and how it can go to the people, like customer. So this is on well-established, and like we all know, like we are in of that tag support local. So we are into that small business, some scale business. So how many of us know what exactly this HSR having the local? You all know this, but there are like some local runs around our cyberhood, right? So there might be few business, it has been run on, there might be a boutique, there might be a cloud kitchen, 5 or 4 cloud kitchens available near me, or there might be some tailors available. Application provide all kind of information. I want to search, go and search for some how many gyms are available near to me. In HSR, there are like 5 gyms, 5 swimming class available. Schools are available. All the sectors it comes, and it is all the information are provided for our neighborhood. How we deal with local and medium scale sector. There are one more kind of people where they want to invest on new business, and there are few people who want to invest on existing business. So how this app will help them in the sense for category 1, take up for an existing expand. So we have our pet store next to the Moback. So we got to store owner got to know that there are like lots of crowd coming in. He want to expand his business and he want to expand his branch to next area. So we provide an information like search results. We take the user search result where it is exactly the statistics. For example, there are like lots of people, pet store near me, pet store near Hebal, pet store near. So we get such kind of information and we provide this business so that they will have an idea that where exactly he can expand their branches and where he can locate his branches. One kind of people where they want to expand their business. For example, I'm a new, I want to open, I literally have no idea what are all available, I mean, what all sectors are available here, how many restaurants are there, how many, I would like every kind, how many hardware shops are there. So I have no idea about it. If I want to start a new business, I need to identify what are my, what are all sectors already been established here, and what if there are like, if some information like people are from here are moving to different places to buy something else, where we'll give such kind of data that the people, whatever has been searched from here, and there are like less. For example, if I tell there's only one available, I will have one more branch added, or I'll start up a new, such less already been added here. So that is on the level what we want to take it up. These are the 4 things which we have covered up here. Let's see.
Right. So it's like a demo time. So we would like to present it as Nandita mentioned, like for example, in the automobile sector, if you take it, like a car has been launched in a specific dealer, but if the dealer wants to make out some business from there, he can reach out to this Our Hood app and post some notifications, like saying like, this car is available in our explicitly in our HSR area, and also saying like, he can also, we have an option like he can create a form. It's like how many walk-ins can be created here from the user. So based on that traffic, he can manage the crowd on the weekends or weekdays, something like appointment scheduling type. So this is one thing basically. So for example, this is how like Suzuki Jimny is the one. So this has launched. So the people can go to the view store and here they can find all the details and comes. And coming to this, all the information is like almost text and everything. So today every trend is like reels and everyone is presenting the information in very representable way. So we come up with an idea like on the home page, like see, this is one of the app. That's fine, Aditya, that's fine. So this is one of our, one of the special recipe or today's special recipe hosted by one of our Cloud Kitchen member. So he's gonna, he made it a special today. So he's gonna post it this and he wants to get some traffic driven. So in this, we have multiple options. For example, like subscribe and comments, and then it is like, I will visit. This is special interesting, like I will visit is like, the people can fill this, like when they click on this, there is a pop-up comes up, like ask for which timing, probable timings that the user can visit this store. So based on that, the business owner can expect how much traffic is coming to his shop and how can he make an arrangement, not in the last minute by screwing up this same thing. This is exactly what we are talking about the automobile industry also, which the car has launched. Like for example, they make it as a poster today, Thursday, June 1st. And like this. So the basic thing is like, if they do it a pamphlet, we did a research like asking them how much the ad gonna cost on a paper wise to publish it for one day. For them it costs like 10 to 15,000 plus GST to post it in one, to circulate in the different newspapers. And it's not modifiable, and they can't able to modify or change anything once it is posted after that. So this app helps them to keep change all the details whenever there is offer changing or whenever there is something new updates has come or something kind of it. So it has all the kind of features like search nearby your area and notifications and search based on it, search based on the radius. So typically based on the 10 kilometers to 20 kilometers, every listing will be handled. And how we are making this listings is like, we have every area has one captain manager. We are going to assign, like we are going to maintain one captain manager who has some permissions where any local SME like a small store or someone boutique or they wanted to display their works like new lehenga works or thread works or something, they're gonna register and then they can showcase like by registering this their company or their small business, and the company area manager will go through the personally, physically they will visit and then they will try to make it like, okay, these are real and it's not a fake, and then they will give a permission to this and they're gonna post it. And also we have one more feature like how, go to profile Aditya, just go to. And one more feature in the business, like they can boost it. They have something called in the listings. Yes. So sometimes like you wanted to list, because even in the sector one area also you have a lot of ads also, but you can boost it to come it on the display on the top or something like that and cancel. And now as she mentioned, as a new business owner, I wanted to expand or invest on something in where the traffic is driving and how do I find out which is a good product or will it kick or not. Then they can do like this, like they can select on the ad business and it comes from those already have a business and looking. And when they select for looking for new business, it gives some statistics. This is basically, we got this we drive this information only like based on the user searches, like Usually we go and search in the Google, like restaurant name or the food name available in this region or this region. And Google provides us some of the search results for the paid thing. So we can crawl them, and then we're gonna drive some of the traffic, and we're gonna give them some approximately 60 to 70% of a reliable information that he can go and directly he can pick some new business or expand something like this on. So yeah, and we have a super admin for our hood, and where the super admin is being maintained with all the dashboard and adding places, new posts, and new customers and new roles like captain manager, which I mentioned. They have some special permissions to approve, disapprove, pending approve, and about the packages. We have some things like called packages are there. We have packages. It's not down. Scroll. I just scroll. Packages here. Down. Last. Yeah. You have something like packages, they can create it and all. Like this is like once a small business has been picked up from this, we're gonna identify them, and then the captain manager in the area, he is gonna introduce a small packages to boost their results and spread on all other media, social media and everywhere like that. So yeah.
One more point to add on this. He spoke about the captain manager for the sectors. But what if this app gets verified in the government level, public sector level, NGOs level? So whatever the verified information the government is posting, for an example, there is a power cut, which which happens tomorrow. There is an outrage. Then they will give the specific timing from 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock. There is a power cut. We will be getting information from lots of places. But if that has been posted from a verified government portals, like it has been subscribed from them. Bangalore one, example Bangalore one, Bescom. If that has been over there, that is a valid information where we can trust it. That is also one place where we can
have a scope for that to providing in that. Since if information is available, we are going to get that and then display as a notifications. And yeah, thanks. And our co-member will explain you some of our future enhancements or the scopes, how it can be expanded. Aditya.
So we have basically he told about to share the information. Like for example, if we knew there is a blockage in the road. Recently we saw an incident in Bangalore where the cab stuck in a underpass and there was a loss of life. If that was posted before, if the local people knew that they could have gone in a different route, this could have we could have avoided this. Even that info, the area manager can post it as soon as possible or whenever he gets an info if it is verified. And it can be also an B2C application where we integrate Swiggy or ONDC platforms to deliver the products directly from the hotels to the customers. And even if it's a very small scale, like he might be doing a pot or he might be doing a small basket shop, when he gets a platform where he doesn't need any technical knowledge or how to register in any of the applications and directly can.
Adding to Aditya's point, one thing that the car accident, like there can also be another case like where now the accident has happened. Now what is the progress they are making from the government side or the people? That information we are not being receiving, because once the news is over in the pages, we never see again it back in the news or the channels or somewhere. So this information can be kept updated by the area wise everywhere. So this is one of our unique key specialty that we wanted to add it. Thank you very much. And yeah, please, any questions?
Yeah, I think a very interesting idea.
Thank you.
Especially actually the local groceries and food, I think, is a big opportunity. I think there is an app. Correct. I don't know if you guys have heard of e-Samudaya.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's a Karnataka-based app, mainly focusing on. It's one of the first ONDC-enabled app. Yeah. I think so local food actually is pretty relevant, right? Because food mostly you consume from the local neighborhood. Yeah. Groceries come from the local neighborhood.
Yes.
So that could be a very interesting way to tie your customers, right, to you. Have you heard of this app called Tries? Price is again a very famous local neighborhood app, at least in Hyderabad.
Okay.
I'm not sure about Bangalore. But yeah, coming to technology, what have you used here to build the tech stack?
Yeah, so we used for the mobile application, we used Ionic, and backend we used Node.js, and we have integrated MongoDB. So there is something called a parse server that is from the Facebook long time back, and it is like helpful in running up the server very fast and reading the queries also.
Yeah, it looked pretty well refined. I mean, it didn't look like a demo. It looked like a pretty well done application. Good job.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
It's all done in 2 days.
No.
Because all other
Most of the things done. Yeah. Like we had some multiple issues are there which we worked on overnights and this to make it the working running demo. But we took it little time. Yeah.
Two questions.
Yep.
One is
Yes.
I'm starting from the last. You mentioned like if there is an accident.
Yes,
We
yes.
just stop hearing from them.
Yes.
Your app can give a live update. How you will get the data?
So we as we said, like we make a captain manager for every area. So we are giving them like 10-kilometer radius or something. So the job is for him is to find out a news what existing and what's been happening in the area. So recently, according to this BBM, the one which underpass issue happened, we are not we all concerned that one life has been gone, but we are also concerned about what's the progress is being made on that part. So no one knows again like whether this issue is going to happen. But if the captain knows like something happened, okay, now done, now some works are going, he can take some of the images and some of the works and get some information from the municipalities and then he can get that.
He will travel physically.
Yes,
travel
he
there
will
and
be having a physically travel like. Yeah. The main role of him is like he has to validate more information, not most of the genuine information.
And this filter works. I mean, if I am a user,
yes,
I am only interested in. I'm
Correct.
only interested in automobile.
Yeah.
So I will receive only those kind of information.
Yeah, you can filter it and you can subscribe to only some of the sectors or some of the industries that you are interested in it. So you will keep receiving only that information. That too on two levels of information. Like one is at your local area, like your neighborhood area within 10 kilometers, and on a higher level of area based on your search key and everything.
No.
So this is
Just two questions combined. One is on your commercial part.
Okay.
Like, are you going to charge as an individual customer any?
Yes. Like initially, we will not be charging for all the local SME or something as a captain manager.
No, SMEs is different because
Yes.
they get business. An individual, I'm asking. Like if I
No,
want.
as a, from the user level, we are not going to charge
You're not
anything. Yeah, we are not going to charge anything.
Okay. And this last question is just a hypothesis. Google has become a can become competitor to anybody, right?
Yes.
It's a guy. And if in case Google or Facebook, because they consume a lot of data, whatever you need to
Yes.
start from scratch, they
Yes.
can just in a fingertip they can get it.
Yes.
If they wanted to start, what is your defendability?
So even if the Google starts, they already list every sector or everything on their Google Maps. But the thing is like here, as we mentioned, one automobile sector, like that branch can have end-to-end of collecting the responses, like, and they can maintain the crowd. Like for example, one branch, if they have released it, if they want to do a test drive, they can't on the weekend they can't allow every people like because 15 minutes or 20 minutes it takes for one test drive. So engaging and then explaining everything, like it's take a lot of time. So the people can engage to the customer via this app. The way like the slots are only available for 10 today. So
They
it's
also
closed.
need to manage the slots.
They also manage it. Since the store owners are interested to expand their business and then get the people, they are putting a lot of money on pamphlets, right? Instead of they can come onto this digital platform and then they can expand it. The reels and everything.
Yeah, meaning did an application, but just a
Thank you.
comment rather than a
Sure.
I think you started saying about the local businesses where you would really help either if I want to set up a business, I can find out what is not there or what is already there,
Yes,
etc.
yes.
And also help the local businesses get to the customers.
Okay.
That's fine.
Yeah.
But now again, you went in a different direction talking about the rains and somebody having an accident and you publishing the news and,
Yes.
and giving updates. That's a totally different thing.
No, we wanted to bring basically our hood is something like, we wanted to let the users know who are in that neighborhood. So the captain manager.
It's nothing to do, there is an accident, meaning it's nothing to do with the business. Meaning again, if you want to publish news at a local level, that's a different pivot, meaning compared to the business, etc. So once in a while, it's fine. You can flash something that breaking news. There are 10 trees which have fallen down on the road, or the road there is, he talked about, there is a problem on the road. That's all, so okay, but not on a regular way where you are going to talk about what is happening in the neighborhood, events and news, and meaning again, you need to think about it, that's all. So it's not going to scale, that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, sure, we'll keep it. Thank you very much. Thanks.
I would like to just add one more thing, that since we are talking about the local issues, I mean, as Sir said that you guys started with something and then you probably got a little diverted. Even the local news, the media houses, like I worked in radio, so even we used to consume content about the city from platforms like Twitter, Facebook, etc. You know, like a BBMP commissioner might tweet something, the electricity thing might happen tomorrow, or maybe there's some accident somewhere, or maybe some pothole somewhere. So media houses also consume content from Twitter and other platforms. So I mean, that's one aspect of it.
Are listening radios. Very few. I mean, just on it. Okay, yeah, okay. How many of you are scrolling Instagram every day? On whenever you get a break? See the guys, see, they're raising their hands, man. This is the change what we want to bring it up. So in just 5 minutes, right? When we get 5 minutes break, instead of like listening, keep on scrolling it. Instead of scrolling all the data what we want, let's scroll the data what we have it in our local. What's happening in our local?
That is subjective. Depends on your interest, right? I'm not trying to cut your wings here. I just try to add the input. Yes. That's there. But then honestly, I told you guys like how we also get content on everyday basis. So anyways, moving on. Let's have the next team. They're already here. So yes, please put your hands together for the team Wiz Coders.
Good evening, everyone. So we have spoke about a lot of things like hyperlocal, technology, cryptocurrency, so many things, environment, books, everything. This is totally different, and it's a very simple thing, which we haven't been thought about, or which we haven't been worked upon now. So basically, it's the time scheduler, and it's a smart time scheduler, which makes our time efficient. Basically, we do conduct a lot of meetings. And come up with all the solutions, and we drive in. Every meeting needs a time, right? So why do we do the meetings? To schedule something. It can be anything. Either it is an event, or it is a small plan which needs to be driven, or any kind of plan or an event which needs to be scheduled. So all these needs a talk, and everybody needs to interact, and they needs to be on the same board. So our proposed solution, this is the problem, and our proposed solution is to introduce the software solution by gathering all these inputs. So it's an AI-based scheduling plan, or a timetable, you can call it as, to solve the overlapping of events or classes based on the priorities being set, or to find the best plan without even overlapping the events. So this is a crucial thing where it can be used across many areas. Either if you think in a very small places, the school, hospitals, colleges, organizations, you name, even a home, everything has to have a timetable or a scheduling plan in various aspects. So all these need some time which needs to be bound and spent to generate this. So our proposed solution is have all these inputs, generate the timetable on a click. right? So and we want to initially we want to build the software as a SaaS solution and target few set of domains, not to go on the vast thing. Whereas to start with, to focus on few set of domains. Let's take an example for school. If we just consider for school, there are various kind of timetables which needs to be generated for each school, and each timetable has a different set of inputs needs to be captured and to be populated. So in that cases, if the reason why we are going for a SaaS solution is because all the organizations, either it is schools or hospitals, they don't want to reveal their data to the outside. So it's all kind of things which would vary, and also they don't want to reveal it. So we are going to provide only the software solution, and the data would be driven by them, and all the database connections would happen to their existing websites, and it would work that way. That way, there's no breach of the data, and the security would be maintained. So as I said, the fields of applications are numerous. If you consider a school timetable, there's a class timetable, there's an exam timetable, or any kind of a school event timetables. Either it is a function, or it's a sports event, or anything. Everything has a scheduling, and a time has to be spent on this, creating these types. So we want to propose this solution just within a click, having all the inputs ready. And if you consider the hospital, I mean, like, it's huge. Like nurses, doctors, OPDs, inpatients, procedures. If you consider for the procedures, there are a hell lot. Either it is a daycare, general, or kind of complicated procedures which needs to be done. All these doctors are very, very time constraint, and they need to be on time. If they are not on time, the patient will die. And yeah, as I mentioned, any event planning needs planning and scheduling to be done, and all goes based on the priorities. And also the real-time slot updates which needs to be scheduled during the plan. Like, let's say, for example, if we consider a hospital as an example, in subdomain OPD department, there are a set of doctors and there are a set of patients which are in line. If there are more patients and there are less doctors, how do we schedule it? Generally, it would have been slotted. In case there is an emergency, the doctor needs to be leave to other hospital and address the patient. Then the real-time update of the planning has to be done. Otherwise, patients will wait and they'll be in pain. And yeah, currently we don't have an AI model being developed because we have a lack of resource, and we could not do it in time. But currently we have developed by making use of a genetic algorithm which can run and provide the data as an output. But for as a POC, we have developed using only for the
enters all of the school details, like all the subjects taught in the school, and the number of classes per day from Monday to Friday, and if there are any classes on Saturday, the number on Saturday. Then we go to the teacher, and again enter the teacher details. There has been some validation. And then here we can enter the class details. So you enter the grade and then you enter the subjects that are there for the grade along with the teacher details. And I'll just take this one. You can, you can see the list of classes that are already entered in the system. You can just edit one of them. And in case you want to change the details, you can change them up and submit them.
Like there are like multiple combinations where a teacher can teach multiple subjects, where a single subject can can have multiple teachers being taught, and for the same class or multiple classes. There are multiple combinations. So all these, if it needs to be sorted out by normal meetings, it takes a lot of time. So we are solving that in instant.
And then we go to the application of the submit. Flashes. And also there will be cases where all of those give all the details, school details, class details, get a timetable without any conflict. So in case you're not okay with this time, to get an updated one, and you can just like keep doing that until you're happy with receipt. And the user can also save the timetable
On a lighter note, what I would have done is I would have negotiated with Uday and scheduled this event as the first properly in a better.
Thanks for that.
It's a thought process. Calendly, you know, right? Calendly is a simple product, but it's already.
Sorry, can you repeat?
Calendly.
Calendar.
Calendly. That's the company.
Okay.
It manages individual's calendar by default. Like for example, a doctor who visits 5 hospitals, the hospital need not to manage his time. It is his time, so he will manage by his own calendar, which is Calendly that he can use. But unlike in school scenario, it is different because they go to multiple classes, same time, multiple students, etc. Before we take any other steps, as a suggestion, I would say you try with 2 or 3 use cases in different scenarios, and also check like who's the existing player, whether there are existing player or not. Then we can decide.
Right. I mean, like as I mentioned, it's not only specific to one domain. As I said, it's the time we are solving, not the domain actually. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, team. It's now time for us to invite Team Hara Hara. So finally, they're back. Let's give them an energetic and a warm welcome. All the best.
Hello team, good evening to all. So the idea which we are here, which got here is like it's a devotional service which we are planning to connect to the peoples with the temple, which is the idea starting with the 12 Jyotirlingas in India. So that is the core on this. So the idea is enhanced by myself, Mohan Srinivasan and Nagasindhu. The recent steps what we had done here is like we collected the information about 12 Jyotirlingas in India, and we did some groundwork like what are the types of pujas and abhishekas, these kind of things currently available and which can be used for the devotees to make the pujas, all these things in the way of app wise. So the goal is like connecting the peoples in the e-way with the God. That's the fun. Okay. Okay. What brings us here to make this application? So in a modern world, like most of us connected with the time frame which is very restricted, we plan the things to go to temple and do the pujas, all these things, but due to multiple reasons on the time schedule, we may skip that, and we always keep that in a to-do list. We will not able to complete that. That's a one factor. The second factor is that even if we get the time, due to the distance and the health issues, such a things will not make us to go to the temple or get the services, whatever is in the on time premises. So that's a second challenge. The third challenge is that if we get both the things done, third thing is that within the planned time schedule, we cannot visit multiple temples. Like I wish to go to 2-3 temples in a weekend, but I will not do that because of the travel and the time schedule, all these things come. So to resolve these things, we plan to come up with the solution. So what we do here is we will connect the people with the respective temples with the services of pujas and abhishekas, and for each pujas and abhishekas, the end user will get the that means whoever the devotees, they will get the prasad and receipt for the whatever the services we have taken, that in the address whatever we have given, and the pujas can be booked in the 2 format currently, but there is a plan to enhance that in a 2-3 month subscriptions also. But for now, as a starting, like we are thinking in the way that one mandala, that means that usually in a religious way, 48 days considered as a one mandala. So the continuous 48 days we will give the puja, we will book the pujas, or for a specific auspicious days like birthdays and wedding days, such any occasion, those days also we can book it. And another advantage of is this, like we have multiple application in the market currently also, which the temple itself, the Jyotirlingas itself provide this service. But this application helps people to connect all the things in a one platform. So in one single place, we can book multiple temples, and we will get this pujas done by the name or the abhishekas in a one single platform itself. So this is the as I mentioned, this, as a first platform, we plan to take the Jyotirlingas. As a next move, what we are planning is like include all the Divya Desas of the Mahavishnus and the Shaktipedas, all these things into the application. That will enable more number of devotees to connect with our application. That is next steps to move on. And there are few other things we will not do. That is like we will not collect the donations any format in saying that to support give it to the temple and all, because we are primarily focused on providing the e-services on the pujas and abhishekas. We are not going to take part of the donation things. And the other thing is we will make sure that our devotees with the application is very comfortable and happy, in the way that we make sure that the things will not get missed, meaning that any temples, they will have some particular time slots, like per day maximum 10 to 15 or 100 to 150. That number of pujas only can be done. But as when we launch this application, there is a possibility that we may end up with thousands of users can come to the application and book for the same day, for the same timing of puja. So just to avoid that, we will have the time frame calendar kind of the things to make the things like it's properly engaged. And if there is a slot to skip, then we will suggest the next day or whatever the next available slot to take it on. Yeah, as a technical aspect, the application is built using the React.js and React Native and PHP and MySQL as a backend. As a next level of movement, we are planning to target the digital platform to get more information about the temple, which are all can be provide these kind of services in the e-service way. That is the one thing. Then the second thing is enhancing the Android and iOS and the responsive web. Adding to this, now we will switch application demo. This is kind of a not completed application. It's a kind of a React-based or a high-level flow. So as a user, I will create an account using my email and password. So through the email authentication for the POC we enabled, but the plan is to have the mobile number based authentication also. Once you log into the application, we will see the home page with the list of Jyotirlingas now. So each slide have the details in the details page. So here itself we will have the additional information like the location and what are the service cost is for the pujas and all high level. So once you get into this detail page, here we are explaining the details about the temple and where is the location and the history of that, and different services provided within the temple and with the time slot. So as an end user, I can book the pujas whichever the time as per my preference, so that I can select it. Then I can subscribe for this for a 48 days. And as a payment option, as the POC, it's a general screen we have put, but in a real time, like we have a plan of enabling Google Pay, because this application is more connected to the all level of the user, ABC all category. So if we put only the card level payment gateway, that might not work. So we are planning to have the Google Pay scanning, all these things, digital payment, but as much as convenient for the end user. So once the subscription is done, then as an end user, I can see list of my subscription here. So the subscription comes with the details with the expiration date, and I can go and see the details. If I want to change my subscription, I can change the pujas, and I can resubscribe also. That also possible. Then comes to the same flow. Then apart from this, then we have a user screen. So user screens explains that home is takes to the digital screen, and the favorite is the subscription level. And the plan, as I mentioned, the auspicious days, that screen is not yet built due to the time constraint. So we have a plan of having the calendar kind of the event to book. That will be a part of that. That's about the application. Again, we have, yeah, that's about Hara Hara. Thanks.
For temples, it will have a different interface.
Yeah, currently, as per the Jyotirlingas, as per our groundwork, so the temples are having their own websites, and they have the e-services also.
But how it will be lively updated to them that, like, for example, if they have only 50 slots or 15 slots from your app, like 10 of them already booked, how their slot would be updated and how it is interlinked, connected.
So once we get the data, we will have the synchronization system in our, meaning that our manager kind of the person will monitor the website, then they will feed the data in a regular basis.
No, not in your app, but for their app.
Yeah.
They have only 50 slots.
Yeah, they have only 50 slots. We will collect the input. So basically, like for a tomorrow, let's say that for a tomorrow puja, I will get the list by today. So in today itself, we will have a pattern that daily, thrice or twice, we will have to input the information as we feed it in.
It's similar to IRCTC.
Yes.
Again, I just wanted to ask the similar question. What happens in the back end? Like if somebody subscribes, do you have the mechanism where you can pass this information to the temples directly with all the details, or you manually hand it over to them saying that these are the list of things, pujas you have to do in the name of whatever devotees who have subscribed? What happens in the back end?
Okay, in the back end, so currently the temples are not directly having any synchronization way, like through the APIs or something.
Correct.
Currently, it's not available. So to resolve this issue, so we will get the collected list, then we will feed the list into their applications. That's where our admin manager will come. So regular basis, he will checks the data whichever feeds into our system, then he will update that in a respective temple's application site. In case if the slot is already completed, then we will feed the information back to the user saying that this date slot is completed, you can go for the next slot on. So okay, revenue wise, like currently as per the different temples, for a pujas like Gangachal puja, it's costing around 100 rupees for a weekly subscription and a day-to-day basis. So our subscription is like we put 599, something like that. But our idea is that based on the location and based on the cost of the pujas, then we will have a margin. Like it will be a profitable business we have to make at the end of the day. Yeah, actually 25% is in run. Maybe if business turns on, we can adjust on that.
Now to get to go back to go to you,
See,
a lot of money to get to go.
See, we help the peoples to connect instead of traveling, right? If the person is traveling, he may need to spend, instead of 100 rupees, he may need to spend 1,000 rupees. So we are getting 200. That helps. Both way win-win, right?
You. Make it more impactful. You could have come in a traditional attire and you could have.
I'll try, sure. Thanks.
Yes, thank you so much, Team Hara Hara. It was quite a divine presentation, and now it's time for us to invite the final team of the evening, which is the team that we all were waiting for. We've saved the best one for you for the last, and it goes without saying that this entire day has been very informative for me in every single aspect, because I learned so many new and interesting aspects, and now I will be able to show it off in my future events, or maybe if at all I go and meet someone new for the very first time, I have something interesting to talk about every single sector, every single aspect. So this particular team is known as the team Windscreen Wipers, and as the name suggests, they also have something called as the ice screen. I hope it's not related to Apple or ice cream by any chance. Okay, so the quality of my jokes are deteriorating because even I'm tired. But I hope you'll bear with me for this one last performance, this one last presentation of sorts. So are we all ready? Yes? Are we all already tired? Yes? Yes. देखो ये है honesty. Okay. So what do you think is the final presentation about? It looks like that वो बच्चे लोग का झूला होता है ना? From here, from where what I can see, it looks like something like that. But I think there's much more to it. And teams, are you ready? You want to start or you need some more time? You ready? All right. So yes, let's put your hands together for the final presentation of the evening. All the best.
Hey all, good evening everybody present over here. It's a pleasure to meet everybody. Our name, the team's name is Windscreen Wipers. Okay, so many people ask me the question like, I never heard a snake called windscreen wipers. So basically, windscreen wiper is not a snake, just the name of the team, which indicates that we try to avoid the illusion and try to give a better view. That's it. Okay, that's windscreen wipers. And the team members are Gokul, Karthik, and Babji, and myself as Sudhakar Raj. Let's get on to the ice cream version. It's not ice cream. So some of the contents which we are planning to do for this session is, we just want to give an introduction about what ice cream is. Next one is, it is our responsibility that there are a lot of illusions that are around this ice cream, that we need to say that what ice cream is not also. Then this falls under the gaming application and gaming domain, and the technology is AR technology, the augmented reality. So that's what actually it falls into. And finally, it boils down to one point, nothing but designing an screen. Ice screen means I stands for interactive. So which means that we can able to interact with the screen and play games. That's what it is. Now, coming on to the introduction of the ice screen. As I already mentioned that it is an interactive screen, it is an AR technology, and to tempt in just one line, it is a mid-air image projections, which means that we can able to just display the images without any media. For example, if you take this screen, it has a media of LED. So that is the reason it is able to display some images. But is it possible for us to actually interact with this and play the game? With the joystick, yes, it is. But the approach, what we are trying to do is nothing but just one step ahead of the existing generation of the gamings. Okay, how do I take the gaming to the next level? Is nothing but all these days the kids, I mean the parents are a little bit worried about the kids that they are not having much of a physical activity, and mostly they are engaged with the mobile games or maybe the digital apps. And I am one of the parent of one such obese kid, and I really worry about him. But probably just to give a background about that one. So this one is nothing but you just try to integrate the gaming with the real sport. When actually the gaming turns out to be a real sport is when you start using the real kits. Kits means that the ball, cricket means the ball and the bat. Football means it is a real football, and baseball is real baseball, and golf is the real. So when you use these kind of kits in real, and that is what actually it makes the gaming a little bit closer towards the real playground sports. Okay, but this is not going to be 100% real experience, but we are trying to just close the gap between the joystick movement and playing the game physically. That's what it is. Now, I'll try to move this to another slide so that you can able to visualize what actually the ice screen is. Maybe this slide might help because we found it a little bit difficult because we will be falling short in communicating what actually we intended to. So that is the reason we tried to actually collect as much videos which is closer to the thoughts which we have, and one such is this one. So this is the ice screen, and we are using the real equipments to play the game. So as I already mentioned that in order to play the real game, we need a media. The media means a midair which doesn't really hinders the object which we throw on. Now, I'll just give you an ideal example of how the ice screen would be in future. This is not a real one. So in iPad, we might actually get one such technology where the image comes in the mid-air. Okay, that's how actually you do it. When the image is projected in the mid-air, it becomes quite easy and possible for us to do the interactive screen. But the gaming technology has not matured yet. So it is under the, I think people who have kids, or maybe the kids who are in higher secondaries, they will know about the Xbox games and they know about the kinetics. Okay, so these are all the games which are also trying to close the gap between the virtual as well as the real sports. But ultimately, this is how the future would be. Like the images would be flying in mid-air, and the kids who are playing kids, or it doesn't matter, it's only the kids, even the professionals can able to play or practice the games in a real-time environment. Now let's come back to the presentation. Now, what we have tried to do over here is try to present the various generations of games which has come. So this one is the motion capture, where the physical movements are being tracked by a device, and that is converted into the digital actions. Now, this is not complete because you are not going to expend your full energy into it. And this is what actually we are trying to intend. So when we just try to expend and sweat out, and that is where actually we get the real feel of playing a sport. Now, what we are trying to do is that we are not trying to introduce a new gaming technology, but trying to create a platform or a media where it matches to the playing to the real sport. No, I already spoke about this one, the kinetics. I think you should be familiar by this time. The kinetics is nothing but just movement of actions and what we do with the hands, where either we wave or maybe kick in the air. So that's not a complete solution, but what we are, the interactive screen, it tries to put the pieces in together and give a complete solution of playing this. And I try to stop over here. This is how the interactive screen would look like. So it would be, it is not a real image again. It would be of a different pixels over here. Okay. So each and every pixel is nothing but a rectangular shaped balloon, which is maybe inflated through a blower, and because of which we try to get 1 pixel. We will see how the pixel has been designed, but overall the ice cream would look like this one. And we have a kind of a hard demo. It's not a soft demo what we have, because I think you might have come to a conclusion. I believe that because a soft demo means that we just try to present over things, but what we are trying to do over here is try to interact with the screen. There's no way that this person is going to allow me to throw a ball onto it. Okay, so because of which we try to create one hard demo piece, so that we will be presenting it to you after the presentation. So in the meantime, what I will do is that I'll try to say that, show you guys how a pixel has been designed for this one. So the pixel is nothing but a transparent sheet which has been folded and brought into a rectangular shape by blowing air into it. That's how actually we try to bring this one. So once we try to bring this, and when all these rectangular balloons, you can't really say it as solid structures, the balloons have been integrated together, means aligned in such a way that the blower constantly blows the balloon, and we have a mechanism to actually keep it inflated and have some reflective surface on the top, which would which would be able to give the images of the projector. So this is the first line of creating the interactive screen. And finally, if you see that the unfinished product would be something like this, we have a blowers. So the balloons would be arranged in such a way that it wouldn't really conflict with other things. Whatever we throw, it just goes past the screen behind, and using the AR technology, the physical ball would be converted into a digital ball, and it would take the trajectory of whatever the force we are given or whatever the rotation we are given. So whatever the height we have given. And this is the final output we intended to get. So it's a real physical ball which is thrown onto the screen, and the game has been played in such a way that we have a physical effort expended over there. So in this way, we can just make the workouts in a more fun way, that we try to utilize the kids. Maybe we try to define how the future the gaming consoles would be here with all the physical items like football or golf, but it has some restrictions. You can't really do all either boxing or wrestling in this one. So you can just play only the games where you can able to throw things onto that. So as I already mentioned, that we are trying to actually take a small step in the future, but there's a lot of things that we need to just analyze on this thing and try to get it as mature, because this is not going to be a small product, and the variants which we are going to get out of this one is not going to be a small one. So you can get the ranges of all things, like let's say, for example, ice screen of this size, or maybe the ice screen of maybe the size of this room. So there's a lot of analysis that we need to do, and that's how we actually plan the ice screen. So if you want to go with the questions, or maybe we can just go for the hard demo. It's not so easy to work because it involves more cost to that one. So implement, yeah, either it is, yeah, it is for hackathon. Yes.
Might clear it in the demo, but just like whenever I throw the ball, the screen will absorb it. Or
It would, that's what you're going to see in the demo, the hard demo.
Questions,
Yeah, because we cannot really code things for this. It's kind of introducing a new technology, or maybe taking the technology to another extent. That's it.
You just showed one of the screens. Meaning some of these applications are already available in the market, right? Especially in, I've seen it in US, where you can even, I think probably it's in India as well, where you can kick a football, or basically it kind of mimics a golf. You can hit a golf shot with a physical golf club and a ball, etc. And literally it takes you through the trajectory, and it completes the, I say, the stroke.
I got it.
So,
yeah.
So what is
Maybe.
So what is different, or what is?
You're talking about this one, right?
Something
so
similar, yeah.
This one is at a hard screen. That's what I said. You see that if you hit that, the ball actually bounce back. Okay. So now, and another thing is that it has a limitation of how much the energy you spend. So there's always a chance that it could be break, or it can just go wrong. But in our thing, it doesn't really come back. The screen absorbs whatever the physical object we throw.
That's what I've seen. That what is unique in your?
The uniqueness is about the interactive screen, that the ball you throw, it doesn't really come back. It goes on.
Are you saying nobody has that?
Until now, it is not there. So there's something called immersion technology. You heard about it? Yeah, the immersion technology is just wearing the goggles onto you. Okay, so it takes you into the virtual world, right? And there also you don't really play with the real kids. Okay, you kids means the sports kids.
I understand.
Yeah. So you just using the immersion technology, you just maybe wave your hand, or maybe if you're just going inside the forest, you want to just remove those bushes out, then you can do it virtually, but it's not actually the real feel that you get.
To continue the game. But so I'm just wondering, if real time ball goes, not a hindrance for.
Ball goes?
No, you're saying that.
Yeah.
Or it'll go.
Yes.
Is it not the hindrance player? Yes. Ball again.
Oh.
No.
I already said that it's not a full-fledged solution. It's just an ideation that we have started. It has a long way to go. What we have tried to do over here is we just tried to simulate that soft screen into a hard screen, because it's very complicated for us to recreate it. Now I throw that. Now I throw that. Okay, the ball goes inside. It doesn't really come back, right? So what I am trying to do is that's a full force which I give. Okay, now I'm not restricting like throwing the ball like this. Okay, I'm using the full force to actually play the game. So, and also I'm using the real sports kit which is intended to play that one. So that's more unique about this one. Maybe we'll try to play a piano. I'm not sure it's working. Node.
Points might get deducted, gentlemen.
So that's wrap ups. Yeah. Yeah. So that's a very good question actually. So we were we really missed one part. Okay. Okay. So there are sensors. Okay. So what we have is a gyroscopic sensor. Okay, which takes what is the force actually you give. Okay, and it through the Bluetooth technology it conveys to the console, and the console receives it what type of a game it is and actually plays according to that one. Okay, now using this chip you can able to get the rotation, the speed, the height or force, whatever it is. Okay, so this is also actually an emerging technology, so we say it as a smart kits. Okay, the cricket ball, inside that you have this chip. And foot. Yeah. That is actually a Bluetooth connected one as of now. Okay, but it just works only with the particular level, but it didn't work twice now. Yeah. Any other questions?
Just a curiosity question for your idea. Like AR VR, as a comparison, I'm just started around. And the maturity of that particular technology is still has a lot of challenge. It's not to put into negative, but just as a thought process, I want to ask, like in terms of the interoperability plus affordability and manufacturing and supplying, and also the technical limitation of technology itself. Have you thought about it?
So as far as the technology is concerned, it's all proven. So we don't want to reinvent the wheel. So we have Unity, the AR software which deals with. So all we have to give is that the input what the gyroscope collects and gives it. So what we don't have the piece is the interactive screen where you can able to just play a real sport. So that is the only piece which is missing. And answering about the other question what you asked, right, regarding the cost, and I said that the variant doesn't really have a limit over here. Okay, so it's starting from a smaller one to the bigger one, maybe which was the Angry Bird or which should. We try to create one animation like how the Angry Bird would look like. Just open it. So you see here the ice. Okay, so the trajectory what you are giving is a physical one. Then it travels through the eye screen and it just goes behind it. Okay, so it actually we can create a variant which is affordable by middle class, and also it can just go to the very high end. Okay, just playing golf or football or whatever it is. We are done. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. The amazing team, Windscreen Vipers. Let's give a big round of applause for them. Because they literally had the balls to try something different, and we all enjoyed their performance. So let's give a big round of applause for them. So it was very creative, very innovative, and very interesting at the same time. And with that, we have come to the conclusion of this iconic evening. Let's once again give a big round of applause for ourselves that we powered through it, we learned something interesting, and we have survived the entire process. And now it's time for us to have that 5-minute cup break, because soon after this, we'll move towards the presentation ceremony where our judges will give their verdict, which team is going to take home the title. And we also will have the felicitation, and also we'll get to know something more about the conclusion of this event. So let's come back in the next 5 minutes. It's exactly 10 o'clock in my watch.
one announcement for the audience choice award. The window is open now. It will close at 10:05. Okay.
Yes, so as I've mentioned in the initial stages of this evening itself, that we will have multiple awards, and the Audience Choice Awards is now open, as sir mentioned. So you can basically give criteria. I mean, the criteria for scoring is basis on various aspects like innovation, like the impact, execution, collaboration, presentation, and scalability. So please be mindful and be generous while you're giving numbers to the respective teams.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, another 2 more minutes and you will get the results. So if at all anybody wants to go for a nature's call, or maybe anybody wants to have something, you can please go finish it, come back in the next 2 minutes. Thank you. Okay, Avengers, please assemble. We are now progressing towards the moment that we all were waiting for, which is the felicitation and the winner declaration. So can I please request everyone to kindly take your seats? Yes, yes, yes. It's happening now. Please, you can take your seats. I want to know what's the popular perception. Which team, according to you, was the best team? Like which team? Which is your team? Which is my vote? Like, arre, sir. I want to know what do you think? I mean, I'm a layman. This is not my background, so I don't know the technical aspects of it. But concept, which concept? The teams which actually finished in time, they are my favorites actually. They're very 2-3 teams. I'm not able to recall their names, but then I really like have huge respect for them, who stayed in the deadline, who stayed in the timelines, and they did the task on time. But there are very few teams that I personally have a grudge against. I can pinpoint them, but I don't want to. No. I'm not talking about anybody who's wearing a black hoodie or anybody who had something with a fintech related thing, financial education. I'm not talking about them. But just in general, like, but I think the best part was that every single one of you came up with a different problem, and you also had a solution for it, which is great, which is something that is commendable. So give a big round of applause for yourselves. A lot of ideas. I mean, see, when you sit at the judge's seat, your task is your KRA is that you have to pinpoint what are the flaws in the product, right? But then I can imagine from your side of the story that it is difficult, dude. Like you've worked hard. I've got to know that you were working on this after your office hours. Maybe some of you were working on the weekends, or maybe after you log out. So which is great, which is commendable, because I come from the school of thought ki if my work is done, I leave. So, but we should definitely appreciate your sincerity and your honesty, which is great. So give a big round of applause to yourselves. And also there are so many, definitely, as I told in the beginning of the session also, that this is a great exercise because you also will develop so many skills within yourself. You'll have problem solving skills. You'll develop your own researching skills. You'll probably improve or learn about something new and different, which probably is not something that you do on a day-to-day basis. You'll research a lot about competition, existing products, etc., which is great, very good. Okay, so shall I? So I'm trying to kill time here by having this conversation. I think you guys have realized about that. But on a serious note, बहुत सारे अच्छे interesting चीजें दिखी मुझे कुछ, तो I really admired that. And also there were a few products which also were very much interesting. I haven't made a note of them, but then while the presentation was going on, it was very much interesting. Like for example, the last one, which is quite vivid in everyone's memory because that's the latest that we all saw. The one where they were hitting with the ball, and the ball bounced back, and my heart skipped a beat because I was like, shit, will it hit the judge? And even I was sitting there, forget about the judge, even if I would have got hit, right? But then fortunately nobody got any kind of injury. So it was great. What are your learnings? Did you guys have fun? I want to know from your like from the horse's mouth, as they say. So you guys were the freshers, right? The freshers batch. So let's give a big round of applause for them, because it definitely takes a lot of courage to come and talk in front of so many people. I mean, even when you're in college, even if you want to talk to that one single person that you really want to talk to, it takes a lot of courage. But then they came and they spoke in front of so many people. So, आप लोगों को कैसा लगा? How was your experience? How did you prepare for it? And what are your names, first of all?
I'm Karija Shireen.
Karija Shireen. And what's your name, brother?
Deeptesh Patra.
How did you guys came up with the idea? So I think what I've realized is that every single team, there were minimum 2 members in a team, and every team had one ideator. So who were the ideators in different teams? Please raise your hands. The ones who were sort of the captains, who came up with the idea first. Okay, so Hara Hara ka aap the, sir. What about others? Yes. Yes, I remember yours, brother. The last wala, right? Wo, jahan pe main, last, no, the one where I think you both were together, right? Yes. Yes, I remember him also. So very nice, yeah, very interesting. So which is your personal favorite? Which is the audience's favorite? Because that is one category as we speak. There'll be one dedicated award given to your choice, your favorite choice. So which one is that? अच्छा, ये तो बड़ा नया बात बोल दिया आपने. No, and I'm curious to know which is your favorite, personal favorite, which was the most interesting. Acha, there's code space, the one that you're mentioning. That team also took a lot of time, and I hate you guys. Because the presentation was crisp, but the discussion, the banter that was going back and forth with the judges, that was like quite prolonged. When I was looking at the time, I was like, shit, ye to badhta hi ja raha hai yaar. But good that like we should appreciate first of all your honesty, your sincerity, your dedication, because it's Saturday night in Bangalore and you're here in this office sitting and brainstorming and like doing something creative, while like 99% of the people out there are partying, they're celebrating, they're doing a lot of stuffs. Yes, ma'am. Arre. Yes, I mean आप समझ गए ना मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ. So yes, बस ऐसे ही है, टॉपर बच्चे हैं ये. मैम, आफ्टर मेनी इयर्स आप लोग बचपन से साथ में हैं?
No, but after joining the organization, though we went to trip and all, but sitting in the office and got a chance to talk to each other, feels like back.
So there were a few products which I personally was like, I had contrary opinions. जैसे अभी आपसे बात किया मैम, so I was able to recall the product that you were pitching. I mean the idea that you were pitching, which was about the books. So I mean there is no, I don't have a technical explanation for this. But I think it depends on person to person. There are some people who like to read books, as you mentioned, physical books. There are some who are probably the elite ones who want to have Kindle experience, right? One of our judges is leaving, so let's give a big round of applause for him. Sir, but अरे sir, announcement करने का है अपने को. Okay, no problem, sir. Thank you so much for your time. Let's give a big round of applause for him, everyone. So yes, as I was saying, there are some of us who, ma'am, either focus. So as I was saying, that some of us are like the physical books ones, some of us are the Kindle ones. Others want to listen to audiobooks. Okay, shit. Did I dig my grave? Okay, yeah.
So what is the difference you saw when it is physical book and Kindle?
First of all, I don't have a Kindle. But I know. I mean, I understand what you're saying. Ki matlab, if you have to read a PDF or if you have to read a physical book, which is better, physical book is much better because you can also keep things in between. Like you can keep a rose, maybe you can keep money, etc. in between, right? And also you can, matlab uska feel alag hai na, ma'am, like physical.
That is what we wanted to give to our next generation who is addicted to the devices.
But like, see, that's our generation thing. But then recently my sister and her kids were here. They are like very, very young. So they are, as ma'am mentioned, that they are extremely glued to screens. So even if we want to educate these folks, we have to do something technical, ma'am, because it's very hard for us to get them at one place, to force them to read it. But it depends. It depends on how we want to approach it. Because whenever a technological advancement happens, people always think, "Arey, ab ye band ho jayega." But then eventually both the things coexist together. Like when radio came in, right? Thoda preachy ho raha hai, I'm sorry. Just bear with me. We are almost done. So whenever new technology comes, people always think the old one will not work, but then eventually they both coexist. So yes, I think on that note. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, my dear friends, our judges who worked very, very hard sitting here and going through the entire presentations are about to leave, I think. So let's honor them. Let's honor their time. Let's honor their intellect. Let's give a big round of applause for them. Although they have given their points, so this might not change their mood or mind by any ways, but let's appreciate their time. So sir, you want to add something? You can please share a few words.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. It's so wonderful to see you all and really enjoying more than a competition. Always I see hackathons or similar events in the outcomes. One is the mindset change. Second is the thought process. Third is the experience. We can three all 100% here. I give a congrats to all of us.
Okay, sir, anything you want to add?
Again, thank you. Thank you for inviting us, Uday, and rest of the team. It was really wonderful to interact with you guys, see what you guys have done. Most of the time I was telling Uday I was on the other side, meaning I have pitched and pitched and pitched and nothing has worked. But it's a good start, meaning at least it's a good start and you learn a lot of things. Most important thing is having that passion, meaning you have an idea, how do you make sure that your idea becomes some reality, and hopefully things will fall in place. I think congratulations to everyone who has participated.
Yeah, once again, congratulations to all of you. Some really, well thought through, well presented ideas. I would say many of them can be taken forward, and that's what I was telling Uday, that hopefully some of you can continue working on these ideas, like especially, some of the ideas were non-profit ideas, which I think can be, great contribution back from, from Moback back to the community. So great ideas. And I also wanted to say that I think there is a lot of opportunity, at least in AR. I mean, AR, I think I was telling Uday also, I was hoping to see some more AR specific ideas. There are some very simple ideas. The idea could seem very simple. Like I was telling, like draping a sari, right? I think there is an app called Try3D, which drapes saris for e-commerce websites, right? Because cataloging cost is so expensive. It roughly costs around 1,000 rupees to do a professional photo shoot of a sari. And then there is app called Try3D, which drapes the sari on a model in 50 rupees. So you must have used Lenskart, right? I mean, the simple, AR solution for trying out lenses. So many ideas are there which can be monetized and can be really, taken forward. So ideas doesn't necessarily have to be like groundbreaking. They can be very simple innovations which can make it easier for consumers to buy products online or, similar use cases. So yeah, I think hoping to see more AR specific ideas maybe next time. Thank you.
Sorry, I should have asked in the beginning, how many of you use ChatGPT to generate the code and get the idea? No one? I mean, I would have used in the first case.
Yes, okay. Yeah, I think all of our judges have given their valuable feedback. So let's give a big round of applause once again for them. And now we would like to honor our judges. So let's keep the applause on. Yes, Uday Nayak sir is doing the honors. Okay, and now let's proceed towards the final presentation. Let's have a look at which teams are going to take home the title. We have multiple categories, as I told you. We have the Audience Choice Award, we have the second runners-up, we have the first runners-up, and eventually the winning team. So the verdict is almost here. Ooh. Silence, silence, silence. Okay, no, that was violence, violence, violence. Sorry. Okay, so we are almost here. Which team is going to take home the title? Guys, which team? Tell me the names. थोड़ा सा self-confidence चाहिए. Yes? Okay, सब लोग humble हैं क्या? Like you guys are like usually this humble? As sir told, you have to pitch yourself, sell yourself. Again and again and again. Yes, sir. No problem. Yes, sir.
Last ball in IPL.
This is, yes, this is like that it has gone for third umpire and the umpire is now seeing it from different angles. Show me this cam, show me side cam. Yeah, okay. But yes, I think we all should definitely give a louder round of applause for Sriram sir and Dev ma'am, because they have worked very hard in the back end to ensure that it's a seamless experience for all of us. Yes? Arey, जोर से बजाओ. Be generous, come on. You should always clap harder for the HR. You know why, right? Yes. Yes, ma'am, thoda, this is your moment. You can please come forward. Okay. All right, so let's go with the title. The moment that we all were waiting for is finally here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The second runners-up of the hackathon, which is brought to you by Moback, the 23rd edition, the first edition of the year 23. The second runners-up team is Digital Disruptors. Yes, सबसे लंबा presentation था इनका, 20 मिनट का presentation, and they take home the oh my God, 25,000 रुपए का grand prize. Let's give a bigger round of applause. Come on. I think this one is on notice period. वापस आओ. अच्छा, we'll do it at the end, sir. We'll do it at the end with all the winners. Okay, so now the first runners-up. Any guesses which team is this? They have around 6 members. So the winner is Team Street Hackers. अरे हमारी fresher team, क्या बात है? Yes, please come forward. अरे बाप रे बाप, 40,000 रुपए का grand prize. Street Hackers, congratulations. Yes, many congratulations. So guys, ये बैंक में deposit नहीं होता, ठीक है? This is just for your reference. Okay, thank you. How are you guys feeling? Are you happy? I want to talk to that team also.
We don't know what is our feelings, and we are not believing this one. And thank you everyone for supporting us. Thank you.
Naveen Singh, yeah, our mentor.
But also, Vanshika, Vinit, Gokul, Shirin, me also.
Diptesh? Yes, okay. Woo! Thank you so much. Guys, you can please settle down. I didn't spoke to you guys. Please come back. With the check. For the camera. Please come. Okay, so how are you guys feeling? Aapka sabse, you had like 20 minutes written on your presentation. So how did it go? You guys liked it?
Yes.
You're very much into crypto. So have you made like a lot of money in crypto, or have you lost a lot of money that you're like, kahin se to bhi recover karne ka hai?
Budget, no. We all go to the blockchain technology. So everyone is thinking about the crypto only.
But great. I think even though you might have lost some money in crypto, but you today have won something. So let's give a big round of applause for this team. Yes, thank you so much, guys. You can please settle down. Okay, and now comes the winners. Which team is that? Any guesses? Winning team में है 3 शख्स हैं. There is this one person whose name starts with A, one person whose name starts with N, and another person whose name starts with V. And the winner is the team, the Debug Squad. Woo! Yes, congratulations. अरे बाप रे बाप, 60,000 रुपए का grand prize. Yes, yes, yes. Please come. Please take your pictures properly. सर वो फ्राइडे उसका लास्ट वर्किंग डे था. Yes.
I'll tell one secret to the other participants. These guys were the last entry. They basically registered probably 8 working days before yesterday, and still they managed to win the grand prize.
Wow, wow. Oh, even the pop, it is waiting for this fact, I think. So yes, how are you guys feeling? Happy?
Yeah.
Obviously, 60,000 rupees मिले हैं, appreciation मिल रहा है. Why not? They'll not be happy about. So इस धनराशि का क्या करेंगे आप लोग?
Investing.
Investing in this idea of yours, or?
Yes, we're gonna pitch it.
Yes.
Very nice, very nice. Okay, I think even the organizers are now thinking, shit, ये तो office में ही. No, in a good way I'm saying that. Congratulations, guys. You worked very hard. Thank you so much. You're very passionate, ambitious about this idea. Thank you so much. All the best. You can please settle down. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, and now comes the most ambitious, most anticipated, and the most amazing award of them all, the Audience Choice Award for the Moback Hackathon 23, the first ever edition of it, goes to, any guesses? Okay, so there are 2 gentlemen and, no, there are 3 gentlemen, I think, in this team. And the winning team is Team Digital Disruptors. अरे डबल धमाका हो गया यार, वाह 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 वाह. Okay, we all will wait. He'll take one picture. Our brother will take one picture. Yes, sir, please come. Yes, and the lady who is the one who's not coming in limelight, who's worked very hard, ma'am, please come in the frame. Come on. Yes, let's give a round of applause. Louder round of applause. So 25 plus, वो कितना है? अरे वाह 50,000 रुपए बन गए आपके. बहुत बढ़िया. Very nice. Congratulations. Congratulations, guys. You have worked very hard. All of you have worked very hard. I think we should definitely not look at just the winners. I think all of us are winners is the cliched line that we all say. I know, but it definitely is a learning experience for all of us. We definitely have learned something new today. Even I have learned a lot of new things. So let's give a bigger and a louder round of applause for every single one out here who's worked extremely hard. So none of your efforts are going to go waste. Some or the other way, this entire experience is going to be of some use for you, if not today, but maybe in the years to come, maybe tomorrow also. Yes. So don't go home disheartened कि अरे यार बहुत मेहनत किया कुछ नहीं हुआ. Some or the other way, this will definitely be of some use for you. Right, sir? Yes or no? Yes. So and now I would like to please invite Sriram sir and Deb ma'am to please come on the stage, as well as sir to please say some few words and probably appreciate me as well a little bit. So over to you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. Deliver of thanks. Special thanks and a huge round of applause to all the exceptional panel of guests with us today.
Check.
Daniel and Shiva. Venkat, Daniel, Shiva, and Bala for graciously accepting our invitation, honoring the event, and listening into each of the presentation and enriching it with their many thanks to all the participants traveled in. Without you, this. Thanks everyone for the enthusiasm. Along with the participants, potential. Thanks to Raja, Madhu, I for catalyst, guiding them. Thanks to and Black Events for making this event very interactive and enjoyable. And, thanks to Raghavendra and Desh planting and all the goodies and the event float, so it was all there. As per all the crew members, may I call them up onto the Debadrita? Debashish, come on. Jayant is not with us. Puneet, Sriram, right? All of us gathering, very, very memorable.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. 3 cheers for your team, everyone. Come on, 3 cheers.